Thus Belisarius departed, though the situation was still unsettled, and he arrived at Byzantium in company with Witigis and the notables of the Goths and the children of Idiabus, bringing with him all the treasure, and he was escorted by Idiger, Valerian, Martinus, and Herodian only. Now the Emperor Justinian did indeed take pleasure in seeing Witigis and his wife, and marvelled at both the beauty and the great stature of the barbarian throng. But upon receiving the wealth of Theodoric, a notable sight in itself, he merely set it forth for the members of the Senate to view privately in the palace, being jealous because of the magnitude and splendour of the achievement, and neither did he bring it out before the people, nor did he accord to Belisarius the customary triumph, as he had done when he returned from his victory over Gelimer and the Vandals. However, the name of Belisarius was on the lips of all. To him were ascribed 2 victories, such as had never before fallen to the lot of any one man to achieve. He had brought 2 kings captive to Byzantium, and unexpectedly had made both the race and the possessions of Gizeric and of Theodoric Roman spoils. 2 kings than whom none among barbarians at least has ever been more illustrious, and he had brought back their wealth from the enemy and restored it once more to the state, and recovered for the empire in a short space of time almost 1/2 of its territory on land. And the Byzantines took delight in watching Belisarius as he came forth from his house each day, and proceeded towards the marketplace, or as he returned to his house, and none of them could get enough of this sight, for his progress resembled a crowded festival procession, since he was always escorted by a large number of Vandals as well as Goths and Moors. Furthermore, he had a fine figure, and was tall and remarkably handsome, but his conduct was so meek, and his attitude towards those who met him so affable, that he seemed like a very poor man, and one of no repute. As a commander, the love ever felt for him both by soldiers and peasants was irresistible, seeing that, in his treatment of the soldiers on the one hand, he was surpassed by none in generosity, for when any had met with misfortune in battle, he used to console them by large presents of money for the wounds they had received, and to those who had distinguished themselves, he presented bracelets and necklaces to wear as prizes, and when a soldier had lost in battle horse or bow, or anything else whatsoever, another was straightway provided in its place by Belisarius, and in his treatment of the peasants, on the other hand, he won their affection because he showed so much restraint and such consideration for them, that it never fell to their lot to suffer any violence when Belisarius was general. Nay, rather, all those whose land was visited by a large body of troops under his command unexpectedly found that they were enriched, for they always set their own price upon everything sold to the soldiers. And whenever the crops were ripe, Belisarius used to watch closely that the caravan in passing should not damage any man's grain. Also, when the fruit was ripe on the trees, not a single man was permitted to touch it. Furthermore, he possessed the virtue of restraint in a marvellous degree, and hence it was that he never would touch any woman other than his wedded wife. And so, although he took captive such great numbers of women from both the Vandals and the Goths, and such beautiful women as no man in the world, I suppose, has ever seen, he refused to allow any of them to come into his presence, or meet him in any other way. In addition to all his other qualities, he was also remarkably shrewd, and in difficult situations he was able with unerring judgment to decide upon the best course of action. Furthermore, in the dangers of war, he was both courageous without incurring unnecessary risks, and daring to a degree without losing his cool judgment, either striking quickly or holding back his attack upon the enemy according to the requirements of the situation. Nay more, in desperate situations, On the one hand, he showed a spirit which was both full of confidence and unruffled by excitement, and in the fullness of success. On the other hand, he neither gave way to vanity nor rushed into indulgence. At any rate, no man ever saw Belisarius intoxicated. Now, as long as he was in command of the Roman army both in Libya and in Italy, he was continually victorious and always acquired whatever lay before him. But when he had been brought back to Byzantium by imperial summons, his ability was recognized still more fully than in previous times, and received more generous appreciation. For since by his own outstanding merit in every field, he was prominent above all his fellows, and surpassed the generals of all time in the vastness of his wealth, and the number of his bodyguards and spearmen, he was naturally looked upon by all officers and soldiers alike as a formidable person. For no one, I am sure, had the hardihood to resist his commands, and his men never refused to carry out whatever orders he gave, both respecting as they did his ability and fearing his power. For he used to equip 7,000 horsemen from his own household, and not one of these was an inferior man, but each of them could claim to stand first in the line of battle, and to challenge the best of the enemy. Indeed, when Rome was beleaguered by the Goths, and the Roman elders were watching the progress of the struggle through the various engagements, they marvelled greatly and cried out that one man's household was destroying the power of Theodoric. So Belisarius, having become, as was noted above, a man of power, both because of the respect accorded him and because of his sound judgment, continued to advise such measures as would prove in the interest of the emperor's cause, and to carry out with independent judgment the decisions reached. But the other commanders, being unlike him, on an equality with one another, and having no single thought in mind except to make sure of their own personal gain, had already begun both to plunder the Romans and to put the civil population at the mercy of the soldiers, and neither were they themselves any longer giving heed to the requirements of the situation, nor could they secure obedience to their commands on the part of the soldiers. Consequently, many blunders were committed by them, and the entire fabric of the Roman power was utterly destroyed in a short space of time. And I shall now proceed to recount the story of these events as best I can. When Idiabus learned that Belisarius had departed from Ravenna and was on his way, he began to gather about him all the barbarians and as many of the Roman soldiers as were inclined to favour a revolution, and he sought by every means to strengthen his rule, and laboured diligently to recover for the Gothic nation the sovereignty of Italy. Now, at the first, not more than 1,000 men followed him, and they held only one city, Ticinum, but little by little all the inhabitants of Liguria and Venetia came over to his side. Now there was a certain Alexander in Brochure, who held the office of comptroller of the state treasury. This official the Romans call Leogathy, using a Greek name. This man was always making charges against the soldiers for the losses they caused to the treasury of the state, and by subjugating them to trial for offences of this sort, he on his part quickly rose from obscurity to fame, and from poverty to immense wealth. And not only this, but he also succeeded in collecting great sums of money for the emperor, surpassing all predecessors in this. But it was he, more than any other man, who was chiefly responsible for the deterioration of the army, in that the soldiers were both few and poor, and reluctant to face the perils of war. The Byzantines indeed went so far as to call him by the name Snips, because it was an easy feat for him to cut off the edges all around a golden coin, and while thus making it as much smaller as he wished, still to preserve the circular shape it originally had. For they call the tool with which such work is done snips. This Alexander, then, it was whom the emperor sent to Italy after summoning Belisarius to return, and directly upon his arrival at Ravenna, he proved an altogether unreasonable financial reckoning. For though the Italians had neither laid hands upon the emperor's money nor committed any offence against the state, he summoned them first of all to face an investigation laying to their charge the wrongs they had done Theodoric and the other Gothic rulers, and compelling them to pay whatever gains they had made, as he alleged, by deceiving the Goths. In the second place, he disappointed the soldiers by the niggardliness of the reckoning with which he repaid them for their wounds and dangers. Hence not only did the Italians become disaffected from the Emperor Justinian, but not one of the soldiers was willing any longer to undergo the dangers of war, and by wilfully refusing to fight, they caused the strength of the enemy to grow continually greater, while the other commanders were remaining quiet on account of this situation. Vitellius alone, for he happened to have in Venetia a numerous army, comprising, with others, a great throng of barbarian Aruli, and the courage to do battle with Idiabus, fearing as actually happened that at a later time, when his power had grown greatly, they would no longer be able to check him. But in the fierce battles which took place near the city of Tarbesium, Vitellius was badly defeated and fled, saving some few men, but losing the most of them there. In this battle many Aruli fell, and among them Visandus, the leader of the Aruli, was killed, and Theudimund, the son of Maurice and grandson of Mundus, a mere lad at the time, came indeed into danger of death, but succeeded in making his escape in the company of Vitellius. As a result of this achievement, the name of Idiabus reached the emperor and spread all over the whole world. But after a time it so fell out that the enemy sprang up between Urius and Idiabus for the following reason. Urius had a wife who in wealth and personal beauty was adjudged first among all the women of these barbarians. This woman once went down to the bath, clad in a great magnificence of ornaments, and taking with her a very notable company of attendants, and seeing the wife of Idiabus there in plain garments, she not only did her no obeisance as the consort of the king, but otherwise too ignored her and did her insult, for Idiabus was still in poverty, having by no means come into royal wealth, and the wife of Idiabus, being very much offended by the uncalled-for insult, came to her husband in tears, and demanded that he avenge her for the outrageous treatment she had received from the wife of Urius. Accordingly, Idiabus first slandered Urius of the barbarians, imputing to him that he was intending to desert to the enemy, but a little later he put him to death by treachery, and thereby incurred the enmity of the Goths. For it was by no means in accordance with their wish that Urius should be thus unceremoniously removed from the world, and forthwith a large number of them formed a party and began to denounce Idiabus vehemently as having committed an unholy deed. However, no one was willing to exact vengeance from him for this murder. But there was one among them, Velas by name, who, though a Gepid by birth, had attained the dignity of serving among the king's guards. This man had wooed a woman fair to look upon, and he loved her with an extraordinary love. But while he was off on an expedition against the enemy, in order to make some attack upon them in company with certain others, Idiabus, meantime, either through ignorance or prompted by some other motive, married his intended bride to someone else among the barbarians. And when Velas, returning from the army, heard this, being passionate by nature, he could not bear the insult thus done to him, but decided immediately to kill Idiabus, thinking that he would thereby render a welcome service to all of the Goths. And so when the king, on a certain occasion, was entertaining the noblest of the Goths at a banquet, he watched for an opportunity and put his plot into execution. For while the king is dining, it is customary for many persons to stand about him, and among them his bodyguards. So when he had stretched out his hands to the food, as he lay reclining upon his couch, Velus suddenly smote his neck with his sword, and so, while the food was still grasped in the man's fingers, his head was severed, and fell upon the table, and filled all those present with great consternation and amazement. Such then was the vengeance which overtook Idiabus for the murder of Urias. And the winter drew to a close, and the 6th year ended in the war, the history of which Procopius has written. There was a certain Ereric in the Gothic army, one of the Rogi by birth, a man possessed of great power among these barbarians. Now these Rogi are indeed a Gothic nation, but in ancient times they used to live as an independent people, but Theodoric had early persuaded them, along with certain other nations, to form an alliance with him, and they were absorbed into the Gothic nation, and acted in common with them in all things against their enemies. But whence they had absolutely no intercourse with women other than their own, each successive generation of children was of unmixed blood, and thus they had preserved the name of their nation among themselves. This Ereric, in the midst of the turmoil consequent upon the murder of Idiabus, was suddenly proclaimed king by the Rogi. This act pleased the Goths not at all. However, the most of them had in fact fallen into great despondence, because the hopes they had formerly placed in Idiabus had been frustrated, for he, they felt, would have been able to recover the kingdom and the sovereignty of Italy for the Goths. Ereric, however, did nothing at all worthy of note, for after living in office 5 months, he died in the following manner. There was a certain Totila, a nephew of Idiabus, a man gifted with remarkable discretion, energetic in the extreme, and held in high esteem among the Goths. This Totila happened at that time to be in command of the Goths at Tarbesium. But when he learned that Idiabus had been removed from among men in the manner described, he sent to Constantianus at Ravenna, asking that pledges be given him for his safety, on condition that he hand over to the Romans both himself and the Goths whom he commanded, along with Tarbesium. This proposal Constantianus heard gladly, and swore to everything just as Totila requested, and a fixed day for the transaction was agreed upon by both, on which Totila and the Goths who were keeping guard in Tarbesium were to receive into the city some of the associates of Constantianus, and put themselves and the city into their hands. But already the Goths were becoming dissatisfied with the rule of Ereric, seeing the man to be incompetent to carry on the war against the Romans, and the most of them were openly abusing him as one who has stood in the way of great achievements, alleging that he had done away with Idiabus, and finally they made an agreement among themselves and sent to Totila at Tarbesium, urging him to assume the royal power. For by now they were beginning to feel generally a keen sense of regret for the lost rule of Idiabus, and so they began to turn their hope of victory towards his relative Totila, having come to feel confidence in the man because his wish was the same as theirs. As for Totila, when the messengers came before him, he, without any concealment, disclosed his agreement with the Romans, but said that, if the Goths should kill Ereric before the appointed day, he would both follow them and carry out everything in accordance with their desires. When the barbarians heard this, they set about forming a plot to compass the destruction of Ereric. Such was the progress of events in the Gothic camp. But in the meantime the Roman armies, though enjoying security as a result of the preoccupation of the enemy, were neither moving to unite their forces nor were they planning any action against the barbarians. As for Ereric, he called together all the Goths and persuaded them to send envoys to the Emperor Justinian, who should beg him to make peace with them on the same terms on which he had been willing previously to conclude a treaty with Vitiges, on the condition, namely, that the Goths, holding the territory north of the Po, should withdraw from the rest of Italy, and since this was approved by the Goths, he chose out some of those especially intimate with him, including one Cabellarius by name, and sent them as envoys. Now these envoys were ostensibly to treat of those matters which I have mentioned above, but secretly he instructed them to treat with the emperor of nothing else than how he might himself receive a great sum of money and be enrolled among the patricians in return for handing over the whole of Italy and laying aside his official title. So the envoys, upon reaching Byzantium, proceeded to treat of these matters. It was at that time that the Goths killed Ereric by treachery, and after his death Totila took over the rule in accordance with the agreement made with them. Now when the Emperor Justinian learned of the fate which had befallen Ereric, and that the Goths had established Totila as ruler over them, he began to rebuke and censure the commanders of the army in Italy, and gave them no respite. The consequence of this was that John, the nephew of Vitellian, and Bessus, and Vitellius, and all the others, after establishing garrisons in each city, gathered at Ravenna, where Constantianus and Alexander, whom I have mentioned previously, were quartered. And when they were all gathered together, it was decided that the best procedure for them was to march first against Verona, which is in Venetia, and then, after capturing that city and the Goths there, to move against Totila and Ticinum. So this Roman army was assembled with a strength of 12,000 men, and its commanders were 11 in number, the first of whom were, as it happened, Constantianus and Alexander, and they marched straight towards the city of Verona. And when they had come to a place close to the city, about 60 stades away, they made camp in the plain there. For plains which are suitable for cavalry stretch out in every direction from this place, and extend as far as the city of Mantua, which is 1 day's journey distant from the city of Verona. Now there was a man of note among the Veneti, Marcian by name, who lived in a fortress not far distant from the city of Verona, and being, as he was, a staunch adherent to the emperor, he eagerly undertook to hand over the city to the Roman army. And since one of the gods had been known to him from childhood, he sent to him some of his intimates, and persuaded the man, by means of a bribe, to receive the emperor's army into the city. Then, when the god of the gate had agreed, Marcian sent those who had arranged the matter with the god to the commanders, in order both to report to them the arrangements made, and to join them in forcing an entrance into the city by night. The commanders then decided that it was advisable for one of their number to go in advance with some few men, and if the god should set the gates open for them, they were to hold them fast and receive the army in safety into the city. Now no one among them was willing to undertake this perilous enterprise except Artabases alone, an Armenian by birth, but a man of exceptional ability in war, who, not at all unwillingly, offered himself for the undertaking. This man commanded some Persians whom Belisarius had, as it happened, sent to Byzantium from Persian territory, along with Bleschames, a little before this, after his capture of the fortress of Ciceranon. So he, on the present occasion, selected 100 men from the whole army, and at a late hour of the night went up close to the fortifications. And when the god, true to his agreement, opened the gate for them, some of them took their stand there, and were urging the army to come, while the others mounted the wall and killed the men on guard there, assailing them as they did without warning. Then the whole Gothic force, upon perceiving their evil plight, rushed off in flight through another gate. Now there is a certain rock which rises to a great height facing the fortifications of Verona, from which it is possible to observe everything which is taking place in the city, and to count the people in it, and besides to see for a very great distance over the plain. Thither the Goths retreated, and remained quiet during the whole night. As for the Roman army, it advanced to a point within 40 stades of the city, but proceeded no further, the generals being engaged in a dispute among themselves over the money in the city, and they still continued to wrangle over this plunder until day had now clearly dawned. But the Goths, after observing accurately from the height both the number of the enemy scattered through the city, and the distance at which the rest of the army had halted from Verona, made a rush towards the city, and passed through the very gate through which, as it happened, they had previously departed. For those who had entered the city were unable even to hold this gate. So the Romans, taking counsel together, hastily sought safety on the parapet along the circuit wall, and when the barbarians in great numbers assailed them at close quarters, they all, and Artabases especially, made a display of remarkable deeds and warded off their assailants most vigorously. At that moment, the commanders of the Roman army had at last reached an agreement with each other regarding the money in Verona, and decided to proceed against the city with all the rest of the army. But finding the gates closed to them and the enemy warding them off most vigorously, they quickly marched to the rear, although they saw the others fighting inside the fortifications, and begging them not to abandon them, but to remain there until they should save themselves by fleeing to them. Artabases and his men, being overcome by the numbers of the enemy and despairing of assistance from their own army, all leapt down outside the wall. Now all those who had the fortune to fall on smooth ground betook themselves, unscathed, to the Roman army, among whom was Artabases also, but as many as fell on rough ground were all killed instantly. And when Artabases had reached the Roman army, he proceeded with them, having heaped abuse and contumely upon them all, and after crossing the Eridanus, they entered the city of Faventia, which is in the land of Aemilia, 120 stades distant from Ravenna. Totila, upon learning what had taken place at Verona, summoned many of the Goths from the city, and upon their arrival moved with his whole army, amounting to 5,000 men, against his opponents. Now, when the commanders of the Roman army learned this, they began to deliberate over their situation, and Artabases came forward, and spoke as follows: "Fellow commanders, let no one of you think fit at the present time to despise the enemy because they are inferior to us in numbers, nor because he is fighting against men enslaved by Belisarius let him advance against them in a reckless frame of mind. For many a man, deceived by a false estimate of a situation, has brought about his own downfall, while others who have been filled with unjustified contempt of their foe have seen their whole power thereby ruined. And even apart from this, the very fact of their previous ill fortune lures these men on to attain a fairer lot. For when fortune has reduced a man to despair and robbed him of his fair hopes, it changes his nature, and leads him to feel an extraordinary degree of daring. And it is not because I am moved by mere suspicion that I have made these statements before you, but because of the thorough acquaintance I have recently made with the daring of these men, while engaged in mortal combat with them. And let no one think that I now marvel at their power because I was defeated along with a handful of men. For it is to those who shall come to blows with them that men's valour becomes revealed, whether those men are superior in numbers or inferior. My opinion, then, is that it will be more to our advantage to watch for the crossing of the river by the barbarians, and, while the crossing is in progress, and about half their men are across, to engage with them then, rather than after they have already assembled all in one body. And let no man consider such a victory inglorious, for the outcome of events alone is wont to decide whether a deed shall be named glorious or inglorious, and it is the victors whom men are accustomed to praise without investigating the manner of the victory. So spoke Artabases. But the commanders, owing to the divergence of their opinions, did nothing that they should, but continued to remain where they were, and lose their opportunity by delay. And now the army of the Goths had come very near, and when they were about to cross the river, Totila called them all together and exhorted them as follows: My kinsmen, all other battles give promise, as a general thing, of a contest that will be more or less even, and thereby incite the commanding armies to the struggle. But we are entering this combat not on an equality with our enemy as regards the advantages of fortune, but facing a very different situation, for they, even in case of a possible defeat, will be able after no long time to renew the fighting against us. For there is left behind for them a numerous army quartered in the island strongholds throughout the whole of Italy, and furthermore, it is not at all improbable that another army will at a very early date come to their assistance from Byzantium, and if we on the other hand suffer this same fate, there will be a final end of the name and hopes of the Goths. For from an army of 200,000 we have been reduced in the course of events to 5,000 men. Having made such a preface, I think it is not inappropriate to recall to your minds this fact also, that when you decided to take up arms with Idiabus against the Emperor, the number of your band amounted to no more than 1,000 men, while your entire territory consisted of the city of Ticinum. But since you came off victors in the engagement, both our army and our territory have increased, so that if you are willing in this battle to display the same spirit of manly courage, I am hopeful that, as the war goes on, following its natural course, we shall accomplish the complete defeat of our opponents. For it always proves true that the victors increase both in numbers and in power. Let each one of you therefore be eager to join battle with the enemy with all your strength, understanding clearly that if we do not succeed in the present battle, it will be impossible to renew the struggle against our opponents. It is reasonable furthermore for us to grapple with the enemy with high hopes, taking courage from the unjust acts committed by them. For such has been their conduct towards their subjects, that the Italians at the present time need no further punishment for their flagrant treason which they dared to commit against the Goths. So true is it that every form of evil, to put it in a word, has fallen to their lot from the hands of those whom they cordially invited. And what enemy could be more easy to overcome than men whose deeds, even those done in God's name, are utterly wicked? Nay more, the very fear we inspire in them should properly be a further cause for confidence on our part as we enter the struggle, for those against whom we proceed are no other men than those who recently first penetrated into the middle of Verona, then abandoned it for no good reason, and although not a man pursued them, yet even so they rushed off in a disgraceful flight. And delivering this exhortation, Totila commanded 300 of his troops to cross the river at a distance of about 20 stades from where he stood, and get behind the enemy's camp, and when the battle should come, to fall upon their rear, harassing them with their missiles, and assailing them with all their strength, in order that the Romans might be thrown into confusion and abandon all thought of resistance. He himself, meanwhile, with the rest of the army, straightway crossed the river and advanced directly upon his opponents, and the Romans immediately came out to meet them. And when as both armies advanced, they came nearer to each other, a Goth, Valaris by name, tall of stature, and of most terrifying mien, an active man withal, and a good fighter, rode his horse out before the rest of the army, and took his stand in the open space between the armies, clad in a corslet and wearing a helmet on his head, and he challenged all the Romans if anyone was willing to do battle with him, whereupon all remained quiet, being stricken with terror, save Artabases alone, who advanced to fight the man. So they rode their horses around each other, and when they came close, both thrust their spears, but Artabases, anticipating his opponent, delivered the first blow and pierced the right side of Valaris. And the barbarian, mortally wounded, was about to fall backwards to the earth, but his spear, resting on the ground behind him, and being braced against a rock, did not permit him to fall. As for Artabases, he continued to press forward still more vigorously, driving the spear into the man's vitals, for as yet he did not suppose that he had already suffered a mortal wound. Thus it came about that Valaris' spear stood practically upright, and its iron point encountered the corslet of Artabases, and first, little by little, it went clear through the corslet, and then, slipping further, grazed the skin of Artabases' neck, and by some chance the iron, as it pushed forward, cut an artery which lies in that region, and there was immediately a great flow of blood. However, the man experienced no feeling of pain, and he rode back to the Roman army, while Valaris fell dead on the spot. But the flow of blood from Artabases' wound did not abate, and on the third day afterwards he departed from among men, and this mishap shattered all the hopes of the Romans, since he was rendered unfit for fighting in the engagement which followed, and himself injured their cause in no small degree by dying. For while he went out of range of missiles and was caring for his wound, the two armies engaged with each other, and when the engagement was hottest, the 300 barbarians suddenly appeared advancing behind the Roman army, and when the Romans saw these men, supposing as they did that their assailants were a great multitude, they fell into a panic, and straightway rushed off in flight, each man as best he could, and the barbarians kept up a slaughter of Romans as they fled in complete disorder, and many of them they captured, and held under guard, and they captured all the standards beside, a thing which had never before happened to the Romans. As for the commanders, each one of them as he could fled with only a few men, and finding safety in whatever cities they happened to reach, they continued to guard them. Not long after this, Totila sent an army against Justinus and Florentia, putting in command of the forces the most warlike of the Goths, Vledas, Roderick, and Uliaris. And when they came up to Florentia, they established themselves in camp about the wall, and entered upon a siege. Thereupon Justinus, in great agitation, because as it happened he had brought no provisions at all into the city, sent to Ravenna to the commanders of the Roman army, begging them to come to his assistance with full speed. And the messenger slipped unobserved through the enemy's lines by night, and upon reaching Ravenna reported the situation which confronted the garrison. As a result of this intelligence, a considerable Roman army immediately started on the way to Florentia, under the command of Bessas, Cyprian, and John the nephew of Vitalian. When the Goths learned of this army through their scouts, they broke up the siege and withdrew to a place called Mucellis, 1 day's journey distant from Florentia. And when the Roman army had joined forces with Justinus, the commanders left there a few of his men to guard the city, but took the rest along with them and proceeded against the enemy. And as they proceeded on their way, it was decided that the most advantageous plan was for one of the commanders to choose out the most famous fighters in the whole army, and with them go in advance of the others, and make a sudden and unexpected attack upon the enemy, while the rest of the army should proceed without quickening its pace, and come upon the scene later. So they cast lots with this plan in view, and awaited the decision of fortune in this matter. Now, the lot fell out for John, but the commanders were no longer willing to carry out the agreement. Thus it was that John was compelled with his own troops alone to go in advance of the others and make an account upon the enemy. But the barbarians, learning that their opponents were advancing upon them and being greatly terrified, decided to abandon the plain where they had established their camp, and, in confusion, ran to the top of a high hill, which raises nearby. And when the force of John arrived there, they too ran up against the enemy and opened the attack. But since the barbarians defended themselves vigorously, a violent struggle took place, and many men on both sides, while making a remarkable display of heroism, were beginning to fall. Now, though John had led a charge with loud shouting and tumult against the enemy opposite him, it so happened that one of his bodyguards was hit by a javelin thrown by one of the enemy and fell. As a result of this, the Romans, now repulsed, began to retire to the rear. By this time the remainder of the Roman army also had reached the plain, where they formed a phalanx and stood waiting, and if they had stood fast to give support to John's troops, which were now in full flight, they could advance all together upon the enemy, and not only would they have defeated them in battle, but they would have been able also to capture practically the whole force. But by some chance it so fell out that an untrue report was circulated through the Roman army to the effect that John had perished at the hand of one of his own bodyguards during the action then in progress. And when the report came to the commanders, they were no longer willing to hold their position, but they one and all began to retire in a disgraceful sort of retreat. For neither did they keep their troops in order, nor did they move off in any kind of groups, but each man for himself, just as he could, rushed off in headlong flight, and many indeed perished in this flight, and as for the rest, all such as were saved continued their flight for many days, although they were not pursued at all, and some time afterwards they entered such strongholds as each one happened upon. And the report they carried to those they chanced to meet was only this, that John was dead, and consequently they were no longer in contact with each other, nor had they any purpose of uniting thereafter against the enemy, but each remained inside the circuit wall of his own fort, and began to prepare for a siege, fearing that the barbarians would come against them. Totila, meanwhile, was showing great kindness to his prisoners, and thereby succeeded in winning their allegiance, and henceforth the most of them voluntarily served under him against the Romans. And the winter drew to its close, and the 7th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. After this, Totila took the fortress of Cesena and the fortress of Petra, and a little later he entered Tuscany, and made trial of the places there. But since no one was willing to yield to him, he crossed the Tiber, and, carefully refraining from entering the territory of Rome at all, he advanced immediately into Campania and Samnium, and with no trouble won the strong city of Beneventum, the walls of which he razed to the ground, in order that any army coming from Byzantium might not be able, by using this strong base, to cause trouble for the Goths. After this, he decided to besiege Naples, because the inhabitants, in spite of his many winning words, were quite unwilling to receive him into their city, for Conon was keeping guards there, with a force of 1,000 Romans and Isurians, and Totila himself, with the greater part of the army, made camp not far from the fortifications, and remained quiet. But he sent off a part of the army and captured the fortress of Cumae, and certain other strongholds, from which he succeeded in gathering great sums of money. And finding the wives of the senators there, he not only refrained from offering them any insult, but actually showed such kindness as to let them go free, and by this act he won a great name for wisdom and humanity among all Romans. And since no hostile force was operating against him, he was constantly sending small detachments of the army round about, and accomplishing results of great importance. In this way he brought Bruti and Lucani under his sway, and gained Apulia as well as Calabria. And he himself collected the public taxes, and also received the revenues from the land instead of those who owned the estates, and in all other matters he conducted himself as having become the master of Italy. In consequence of this, the Roman soldiers naturally did not receive their customary payments at the times appointed, and the emperor owed them great sums of money. Because of this situation, the Italians, on the one hand, having been evicted from their property and finding themselves for the second time in very great peril, were beginning to feel greatly dejected, while the soldiers, on the other hand, were showing increasing insubordination to their commanders, and were glad to remain inside the cities. So Constantianus was holding Ravenna, John Rome, Bessus Spoletum, Justinus Florentia, and Cyprian Perusia, and each one of the others was holding whatever town had originally provided him shelter and safety in his flight. Upon hearing of these things, the emperor, in sore distress, made all haste to appoint Maximinus Praetorian Prefect of Italy, commissioning him to exercise authority over the commanders for the purpose of carrying on the war, and to furnish the soldiers with provisions according to their needs. And he sent a fleet of ships with him, manning them with Thracian and Armenian soldiers. The leader of the Thracians was Herodian, and of the Armenians Phasas, the Iberian, nephew of Peranius, and a few Huns also sailed with them. So Maximinus sailed forth from Byzantium with the whole fleet and reached Epirus in Greece, where for no good reason he proceeded to settle down and waste precious time. For he was utterly inexperienced in warlike deeds, and was consequently both timid and exceedingly prone to delay. Later on, the emperor sent Demaratus also as general, a man who had previously served under Belisarius as commander of a detachment of infantry. So Demaratus sailed to Sicily, and upon learning that Conon and the inhabitants of Naples were exceedingly hard-pressed by the siege, being altogether out of provisions, he wished indeed to go to their assistance with all speed, but was unable to do so because the force which followed him was so small as to be of little consequence, and so he devised the following plan. Gathering as many ships as possible from all of Sicily and filling them with grain and other provisions, he set sail, making it appear to his opponents that some enormous army was aboard the ships. And he judged the mind of the enemy correctly, for they thought that a great army was coming upon them, reaching this conclusion just because they had learned that a huge fleet was sailing from Sicily. And if Demaratus had been willing at the very first to steer straight for Naples, I believe that he would have both struck terror into the enemy and saved the city, without a man opposing him. But as it was, he felt that the danger involved was too great, and so did not put into Naples at all, but sailing to the harbour of Rome, began hastily to gather soldiers from there. But the soldiers at Rome, having been defeated by the barbarians, and still regarding them with great awe, were by no means willing to follow Demaratus against Totila and the Goths. Thus it came about that he was compelled to go to Naples with only the troops who had come with him from Byzantium. Now there was another Demaratus, a Cephalian by birth, who had previously been a sailor and was thoroughly skilled in all matters pertaining to the sea and its dangers, and having sailed with Belisarius to Libya and to Italy, he had become noted for this skill of his, and for this reason the emperor had appointed him governor of Naples. And when the barbarians began to besiege the town, and he was so carried away by a spirit of utter wantonness that he commenced to heap insults upon Totila, and continued often to do so, and the man was observed to have an exceedingly reckless tongue during this time of stress. As the situation became worse and the loss of life among the besieged was becoming serious, this man, acting on the advice of Conon, had the daring to embark secretly on a skiff, and go alone to the general Demaratus, and having to everyone's surprise made the voyage in safety, and coming before Demaratus, he endeavoured with all his power to stir him to boldness, and urged him on to undertake the task before him. But Totila had heard the whole truth about this fleet, and was holding many ships of the swiftest sort in readiness, and when the enemy put in at that part of the coast, not far from Naples, he came upon them unexpectedly, and filling them with consternation turned the whole force to flight. And although he helped many of them, he captured a very large number, and there escaped only as many as succeeded at the first in leaping into the small boats of the ships, among whom was Demaratus the general, for the barbarians captured all the ships with their cargoes, crews, and all, among whom they found Demaratus, the governor of Naples, and cutting off his tongue and both hands, they did not indeed kill him, but released him thus mutilated, to go where he would. This, then, was the penalty which Demaratus paid to Totila for an unbridled tongue. Later on, Maximinus also put in at Sicily with all his ships, and upon reaching Syracuse he remained quiet, being terrified at the perils of war. Now when the commanders of the Roman army learned of his coming, they all sent to him with great eagerness, begging him to come to the rescue with all speed. And Conon sent a particularly urgent message from Naples, where he was most vigorously besieged by the barbarians, for by this time all of their provisions had been exhausted. But Maximinus, after delaying through the whole critical period in such a state of terror, was finally moved by his fear of the emperor's threats, and gave way before the abuse of the other commanders. So while he himself still remained just where he was, he sent the whole army to Naples with Herodion, Demaratus, and Phasas, the winter season being already very close upon them. But when the Roman fleet had reached a point close to Naples, a violent wind came down upon them, raising an extraordinarily severe tempest, and the darkness covered everything, while the surging waters prevented the sailors from pulling their oars or handling the ships in any other way, and because of the roar of foaming waves, they were no longer able to hear one another, but complete confusion prevailed, and they were at the mercy of the wind's violence, which carried them little as they wished it, to the very shores where the enemy were encamped. The barbarians, therefore, boarding the craft of their opponents at their leisure, began to kill the men and sink the ships, without meeting any opposition. And they also captured, along with many others, the general Demaratus, but Herodion and Phasas, with some few men, succeeded in making their escape, because the ships did not come very close to the enemy's camp. Such was the fate of the Roman fleet. And Totila fastened a cord about Demaratus' neck, and so dragged him up to the wall of Naples, where he ordered him to advise the besieged no longer to ruin themselves by trusting in hopes of no avail, but to hand the city over as quickly as possible to the Goths, and thus rid themselves of bitter hardships. For the emperor, he said, was unable thereafter to send them further aid, and in this fleet both their strength and their hope had utterly perished. So Demaratus spoke the words which Totila commanded, and the besieged being now exceedingly hard pressed by famine and utter destitution, upon seeing the fate of Demaratus and hearing all his words, began to despair of every hope, and gave way to sorrow and helplessness, and the city was filled with loud tumult and lamentation. Afterwards Totila himself called them up to the battlements and addressed them as follows: Men of Naples, it is not because we have any charge or reproach to bring against you that we have undertaken the present siege, but in order that we may be able, by freeing you from most hated masters, to repay you for the service you have rendered us during the war, a service which had induced the enemy to treat you with the utmost severity. For it has come about that you alone among all the Italians have manifested the greatest loyalty to the Gothic nation, and have fallen most unwillingly under the power of our opponents. So that in the present circumstances, when we have been compelled to besiege you along with them, we naturally have a feeling of reluctance on account of your loyalty to us, although we are not carrying on the siege in order to harm the Neapolitans. Do not therefore in vexation at the miseries arising from the siege think that you ought to regard the Goths with anger, for those who are striving to benefit their friends merit from them no blame, even though they be compelled to use unpleasant means in accomplishing the service they afford them. And as for the enemy, let not the least fear of them enter your hearts, and be not led by past events to think that they will gain the victory over us. For the unreasonable events of life, which are due to chance and contrary to expectations, are apt as time goes on to come to naught again. And such is the goodwill which we feel towards you that we make the concession that both Conon and all his stragglers may go free from harm wherever they may wish, on the one condition that they yield the city to us and depart hence, taking with them all their own possessions, and nothing shall prevent our taking an oath to secure these promises and to guarantee the safety of the Neapolitans. Thus spoke Totila. And both the Neapolitans and the soldiers under the command of Conon expressed approval, for the keen necessity of famine was pressing them hard. However, by way of guarding their allegiance to the Emperor, and still expecting as they did that some assistance would come to them, they agreed to give up the city after 30 days. But Totila, wishing to dispel from their minds every hope of assistance from the Emperor, appointed 3 months' time, with the stipulation that after this time they should do as had been agreed. He declared further that until the time was achieved he would make no assault on the wall, nor employ any stratagem of any kind. The agreement was accordingly approved in this sense. But the besieged, without awaiting the appointed day, for they were utterly overcome by the total lack of necessities, a little later received Totila and the barbarians into there, and the winter drew to its close, and the 8th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. Now, when Totila captured Naples, he made a display of kindness to his captives, which was to be expected neither from an enemy nor from a barbarian. For finding sickness prevalent among the Romans owing to famine, and indeed their bodily strength had already been reduced by it, he feared lest, if they suddenly sated themselves with food, they would in all probability choke to death, and so he devised the following plan. Stationing guards both at the harbour and at the gates, he gave orders that no one should go away from the city. Then he himself, with a sort of provident parsimony, proceeded to issue food more sparingly than they desired it, adding each day only so much to the quantity that the increase from day to day seemed not to be noticed at all. And only after having thus built up their strength did he open the gates and allow each man to go wherever he wished. As for Conon and the soldiers under his command, as many as were by no means satisfied to remain there, he embarked on ships and bade them sail wherever they chose. And thinking that the return to Byzantium would bring disgrace upon them, they were purposing to sail with all speed to Rome. But since the wind stood against them, and they were consequently quite unable to put out from the harbour, they were in great perplexity, fearing lest Totila, seeing he had been victorious, should decide to disregard his agreement in some measure, and they should suffer some great harm at his hands. When Totila perceived this, he called them all together and reassured them, and gave still further confirmation of the pledge he had given, bidding them take courage immediately, mingle with the Gothic army with no fear, and buy from them their provisions, and procure whatever else they lacked, as from friends. But later, since the wind was still blowing against them, and much time had been wasted, he provided them with both horses and pack animals, presented them with travelling money, and bade them make the journey to Rome by land, sending with them some of the Gothic notables as an escort. And he set about raising the walls of Naples to the ground, so that the Romans might not take the possession of it again, and by using it as a strong base, make trouble for the Goths, for he preferred to reach an outright decision by a battle with them on a plain, rather than to carry on a long contest by means of sundry devices of craft and cunning. After himself tearing down a large part of the wall, he left the rest. When Totila was thus engaged, a certain Roman came before him, a Calabrian by birth, and made the charge that one of Totila's bodyguards had violated his daughter, who was a maiden, utterly against her will. Whereupon, seeing that the man did not deny the charge, Totila made haste to punish him for the offence, and confined him in prison. But the most notable men among the barbarians began to feel alarm for him, for he was, as it happened, an active fellow and a good warrior, and so they straightway gathered together and went before Totila with the request that he dismiss the charge against the man. But he gently, and with no excitement, after hearing their statements, spoke as follows. Fellow soldiers, the reason for my speaking as I now do is not that I am yielding to a harsh inhumanity, or taking a special delight in the misfortunes of my kinsman, but it is that I feel the greatest possible apprehension lest some mischance befall the Goths. Now I, for my part, know this, that the great majority of mankind twist and turn the names of things until they reverse their meaning. For on the one hand, they are accustomed to call kindness that which is really lawlessness, the outcome of which is that everything respectable is brought to utter confusion, and on the other hand, they call any man perverse and exceedingly difficult who wishes to preserve the lawful order with exactness, to the end plainly that by using these names as screens for their wanton deeds, they may be able more fearlessly to do wrong and display their baseness. But I urge you not to sacrifice your own security for the sinful act of a single man, nor to assume any share yourselves in this foul sin, seeing that you have done no wrong. For the act of committing a sin, and that of preventing the punishment of those who have committed sin, are in my judgment on the same plane. I wish accordingly that you make your decision concerning the matter in hand taking this point of view, that two alternatives are now presented to your choice, either that this man should not pay the penalty for the wrong he has done, or that the Gothic nation should be saved and achieve victory in the war. For I would have you consider this. We had at the beginning of this war a vast army unsurpassed both in renown and in actual experience of war. Our wealth, to put all in a word, was too great to be reckoned. We possessed an extraordinary abundance of both houses and weapons, and lastly, we held all the fortresses that there are in Italy. And truly these things are regarded as not entirely useless equipment when men are entering into a war. But while we were arrayed under Theodatus, a man who made less of justice than of his desire to become wealthy, the lawlessness of our daily conduct caused God to be in no way wise propitious to us. And to what our fortune has come as a result of this, you are of course well aware, as you know what kind of men and how few of them have defeated us. But now that God has inflicted upon us sufficient punishment for the sins we committed, he is once more offering our lives in accordance with our desire, and, to speak comprehensively, he is guiding our affairs in a better way than we could have hoped for, insomuch as we have had the fortune to be victorious over our enemies, beyond the measure of our actual strength. To preserve, therefore, the justification of our victory by acting righteously will be more to our interest than by reversing our course to let it seem that we have become envious of our own selves. For it is not possible, no, not possible, for a man who commits injustice and does deeds of violence to win glory in battle, but the fortune of war is decreed according to the life of the individual man. Thus spoke Totila. And the notables of the Goths approved his words, no longer begging for the bodyguard's release, but consented that he be treated in whatever manner Totila might deem best, and he executed the man not long afterwards, and gave to the injured girl all the money that had belonged to him. While Totila was thus engaged, in the meantime the commanders of the Roman army as well as the soldiers were plundering the possessions of their subjects, and they did not shrink from any act of insolence and licentiousness whatsoever, but the commanders for their part were revelling with mistresses inside the fortress, while the soldiers, showing themselves more and more insubordinate to their commanders, were falling into every form of lawlessness. As for the Italians, the result of the situation for them was that they all suffered most severely at the hands of both armies. For while on the one hand they were deprived of their lands by the enemy, the Emperor's army on the other hand took all their household goods, and they were forced beside to suffer cruel torture and death for no good cause, being hard-pressed as they were by the scarcity of food. For the soldiers, though utterly unable to defend them when mistreated by the enemy, not only refused to feel the least blush of shame at existing conditions, but actually made the people long for the barbarians by reason of the wrongs they committed. And Constantianus, being at a loss because of this situation, sent forth a letter to the Emperor Justinian, setting forth plainly that he was unable to hold out in the war against the Goths, and the other commanders, as if giving their vote in support of this view, indicated in the same letter their reluctance to carry on the struggle. Such, then, were the fortunes of the Italians. In the meantime, Totila sent a letter to the Roman Senate, written in the following terms: "Such men as wrong their neighbours, being either the victims of ignorance or blinded by some forgetfulness that has come upon them, may fairly be forgiven by the victims of their ill treatment, for their ignorance or forgetfulness which led to their wrongdoing also excuses it for the most part. If, however, any man does wrong as a result of deliberate intent solely, such a man will have nothing left with which even to defend his conduct, for it is not the deed alone, but the intention for which this man himself must in justice bear the responsibility. Therefore, since this is so, consider forthwith what defence you will possibly be able to make for your actions towards the Goths. Has it really come to pass that you are ignorant of the good deeds of Theodoric and Amalsuntha? Or have they been blotted from your minds with the lapse of time and forgetfulness? No, indeed, neither one of these is true. For it was not in some small matter, nor towards your ancestors in olden times, that their kindness was displayed, but it was in matters of vital importance, dear Romans, towards your very selves, recently and in days that are very close at hand. But was it because you had been informed by hearsay or learned by experience the righteousness of the Greeks towards their subjects that you decided to abandon to them as you did the cause of the Goths and Italians? At any rate, you, for your part, have, I think, entertained them royally, but you know full well what sort of guests and friends you have found them, if you have any recollection of the public accounts of Alexander. For I need make no mention of the soldiers and commanders by whose friendliness and magnanimity you have profited, and it is precisely this conduct of these men which has brought their fortunes to such a pass. Now let no one of you think that I am moved by youthful ambition to bring these reproaches against them, nor that I am inclined to boastful speech, merely because I am a ruler of barbarians. For the overmastery of those men, I say, has not been a work of our valour, but I confidently maintain that a sort of vengeance has overtaken them for the wrongs you have suffered at their hands. How then could it fail to appear a most atrocious act on your part, that you, while God is exacting vengeance from them in your behalf, should cling fondly to that atrocity of theirs, and be unwilling to be rid of the ills arising therefrom? Give yourselves, therefore, some ground for the defence you must make to the Goths, and give us, on the other hand, some ground for forgiveness towards you. And you will give this if, without proposing to await the conclusion of the war, now that there is only scant hope left in you, and that too of no avail, you choose the better course and set right the wrongs which you have committed against us. Such then was the message which the writing set forth, and now Totila, placing it in the hands of some of the captives, commanded them to go to Rome and give it to the senators, and they did this. But John prevented those who saw the letter from making any reply to Totila. For this reason Totila made a second attempt, writing a large number of short letters, in which he gave expression to the most solemn oath, swearing in explicit terms that never would the Goths do any harm to any one of the Romans. Now, as to what persons conveyed these writings to Rome I cannot speak, for all of them were posted late at night in the conspicuous places in the city, and only when it came day were they discovered. But the commanders of the Roman army entertained grave suspicions against the priests of the Arians, and consequently removed these all from the city immediately. Totila, upon hearing this, sent a certain portion of his army into Calabria, bidding them make trial of the fortress of Dryas. But since the troops keeping guard in this fortress absolutely refused to yield to him, he commanded the force which had been sent there to institute a siege, while he, with the greater part of the army, went to the vicinity of Rome. When the emperor heard this, he was greatly embarrassed, and in spite of the fact that the Persians were still pressuring him very hard, he was compelled to send Belisarius against Totila, and the winter drew to a close, and the 9th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. Thus Belisarius for the second time went into Italy. But since he had an exceedingly small number of soldiers, for it was quite impossible for him to detach his own troops from the army in Persia, he proceeded to travel about the whole of Thrace, and by offering money to gather fresh volunteers. And by the emperor's command he was accompanied by Vitellius, the general of Illyricum, who had recently returned from Italy, where he had left the Illyrian soldiers. So together they collected about 4,000 men and went to Salones, with the intention of going to Ravenna first of all and conducting the war from there, in whatever manner might be possible. For they could in no wise effect a landing near Rome, either by keeping their movements secret from the enemy, since, as they had heard, the Goths were encamped both in Calabria and in Campania, nor by overpowering the enemy in any other manner whatsoever, for they were going against them without sufficient strength to meet them on even terms. In the meantime the Romans besieged in Dryas, seeing that their provisions had been absolutely exhausted, made an agreement with the besieging barbarians, stipulating that they would hand over the place by surrender, and a definite day was meanwhile agreed upon by both. But Belisarius loaded ships with provisions for a year's time, and commanded Valentinius to sail with them to Dryas, and to remove the former garrison from the fortress as quickly as possible, for he learned that they had been much weakened by disease and famine, and to establish as a garrison in place of them some of the men sailing with him, for by this arrangement it would be comparatively easy for them, being fresh and not in want of any necessities, to guard the fortress in security. So Valentinius, chancing to find a favourable wind, sailed with this fleet to Dryas, and arrived 4 days before the time appointed for the surrender, and finding the harbour unguarded, he took possession of it, and succeeded without trouble in entering the fortress. For the Goths, being confident in the agreement they had made, and supposing that they would encounter no obstacles in the interval, were now giving little heed to their operations against Dryas, and were remaining quiet. Then, however, upon seeing the fleet suddenly bearing down upon them, they took fright and abandoned the siege, and going to a great distance from the place, they made camp and reported to Totila all that had befallen them. So close was the peril from which the fortress of Dryas escaped. But some of Valentinus' men, wishing to plunder the adjoining country, began to make excursions, and by some chance they encountered the enemy near the shore of the sea, and engaged with them, and being badly defeated in the battle, the most of them fled into the sea water. In this way they lost 170 men, and the rest withdrew to the fortress. Valentinus, upon finding the previous garrison half dead, removed them from the fortress and substituted other fresh men, just as Belisarius had instructed him to do, and leaving them supplies for a year's time, returned with the rest of the army to Salones. Then Belisarius, setting sail from there with the whole fleet, put in at Pola, where he remained for a short time, putting the army in order. But Totila, hearing that Belisarius had reached Pola, and wishing to discover the strength of the army which he was bringing, took the following measures. There was a certain Bonus, a nephew of John, commanding the garrison in Genoa. He accordingly made use of this man's name and wrote a letter to Belisarius purporting to be from this Bonus, and urging him to come with all possible speed to their assistance, as they were in some extreme peril. Then he chose out 5 men of an especially inquisitive nature, and put the letter into their hands, and instructed them to observe accurately the force of Belisarius, while palming themselves off as having been sent from Bonus. So when the men came before Belisarius, he received them with great friendliness, as was his custom, and after reading the letter, he bade them report back to Bonus that he would come with the whole army after no long time. Then, after they had looked over everything exactly as Totila had directed them to do, they returned to the Gothic camp and declared that the force of Belisarius was by no means considerable. Meanwhile, Totila captured the city of Tibur, which contained a guard of Isaurians, through an act of treason. This happened in the following manner. Some of the inhabitants of the place were guarding the gates together with the Isaurians. These men, having quarrelled with the Isaurians who kept guard with them, although the Isaurians had given no cause for offence, now invited the enemy, who were encamped close by, to come in by night. But the Isaurians on their part adopted a common plan while the city was being captured, and practically all of them succeeded in making their escape. Among the inhabitants, however, not a man was spared by the Goths, but they were all killed, together with the priest of the city, in a manner which I shall by no means mention, although I know it well, in order that I may not leave records of inhuman cruelty to future times. Among these victims was Catellus, a man of note among the Italians. So the barbarians took possession of Tibur, and the Romans in consequence were no longer able to bring in their provisions from Tuscany by way of the Tiber. For the city, situated as it is, fronting the river, about 120 stades above Rome, became thereafter an outpost against those wishing to sail into Rome by that route. Such was the fate which befell Tibur. As for Belisarius, he arrived at Ravenna with the whole fleet. There he gathered those of the Goths who were in the city and the Roman soldiers, and spoke as follows. This is not the first occasion on which it has come to pass that the achievements of virtue have been brought to naught by wickedness. For from of old this is wholly natural in human affairs, and many a time the depravity of persons of the basest sort has been quite sufficient to frustrate and destroy the deeds of good men. And now, too, this very thing has ruined the cause of the Emperor. For he, for his part, is so deeply concerned to correct the mistakes which have been made, that he has considered the task of defeating the Persians as of less moment than this situation, and so has decided at the present time to dispatch me to you, in order that I may be able to set right and remedy whatever has been wrongly done by the commanders in their treatment of his soldiers or of the Goths. Now it is not human that no mistakes at all should be committed by anyone, nor is it possible in the natural progress of events, but the task of setting right the mistakes which have been made is one eminently befitting an emperor, and one also which can well afford consolation to his beloved subjects. For not only will you find riddance from your distress, but you will also straightway be privileged to understand and enjoy the Emperor's goodwill towards you. And of all things in the world, what could be greater as a boon for a man than this? Seeing then that I am here with you for this very purpose, it is incumbent upon each one of you in your turn to exert himself to the utmost, that you may profit by the service thus offered. If any one of you then chances to have relatives or friends with the usurper Totila, let him summon these as quickly as possible, explaining the emperor's purpose, for by such a course you could achieve both the blessings which flow from peace, and those which fall from the hand of the mighty emperor. For I, for my part, have neither come here with a lust for war against anyone, nor should I ever willingly at least be an enemy of the subjects of the emperor, if however they consider it even now too trivial a thing to choose the course which is better for themselves, and if they take their stand against us, it will be necessary for us likewise, even though it be sorely against our will, to treat them as enemies. So spoke Belisarius. But not one of the enemy came over to him, either Goth or Roman. Next he sent his bodyguard Thurimuth and some of his own troops with Vitellius and the Illyrian soldiers into Aemilia, commanding them to make trial of the towns there. So Vitellius with this force took up a position near the city of Bononia, and after taking some of the neighbouring fortresses by surrender, remained inactive in Bononia. But not long after this the whole body of the Illyrians who were serving under him suddenly, and without having either experienced any hard treatment or heard any rebuke, withdrew secretly from the town by night and betook themselves homeward. And sending envoys to the emperor, they begged him to grant them pardon, seeing that they had come to their homes in this manner for no other reason than that, after their long service in Italy without receiving the regular pay at all, the state now owed them a large sum of money. But it so happened that a Hunnic army had fallen upon the Illyrians and enslaved the women and children, and it was because of this intelligence, and also because they had a scarcity of provisions in Italy, that they withdrew. And though the emperor was at first angry with them, he afterwards forgave them. Now Totila, upon learning of the withdrawal of the Illyrians, sent an army against Bononia in order to capture Vitellius and the troops with him by a swift attack. But Vitellius and Thurimuth laid ambuscades in several places, and thus destroyed many of the attacking force, and turned the rest to flight. There Narses, a man of note and an Illyrian by birth, commander of the troops in Illyricum, surpassed all others by the remarkable exhibition he made of warlike deeds against the enemy. Thereupon Thurimuth came to Belisarius in Ravenna. Then at length Belisarius sent 3 of his own bodyguards, Thurimuth, Risilius, and Sabinianus, with 1,000 soldiers to the city of Oximus in order to support Magnus and the Romans besieged there. This force, slipping past Totila and the enemy's camp by night, got inside of Oximus, and then began planning to make sallies against their opponents. So on the following day at about noon, upon learning that some of the enemy were near at hand, they sallied forth with the purpose of confronting them, but before proceeding they decided to send scouts against them to spy out the enemy's strength, so as not to make an attack on them without reconnoitring. But Risilius, the guardsman of Belisarius, who chanced to be drunk at the time, would not allow any others to go scouting, but he himself rode out alone on horseback, and went at full speed. And happening upon 3 Goths on a steep slope, he at first took his stand with the intention of opposing them, for he was a man of extraordinary bravery, but upon seeing many men rushing towards him from all sides, he made haste to flee, but his horse stumbled in a rough place, whereupon a great shout arose from the enemy, and they all hurled their javelins at him. Then the Romans, hearing this uproar, came to the rescue on the run, and Risilius was killed, being buried under a great number of spears. But the Romans of Thurimuth routed their opponents, and lifting up the body carried it inside the city of Oximus. Thus did Risilius meet his death in a manner unworthy of his valour. Thereupon Sabinianus and Thurimuth, in conference with Magnus, found it inadvisable for them to spend any more time there, reasoning that while clearly, owing to his numbers, they would never be a match for the enemy in battle. They would, on the other hand, by using up the supplies of the besieged, doom the city to still earlier capture by their opponents. And when this had been decided upon, they themselves and their 1,000 men began to prepare for their departure, intending to make the beginning of their journey at night. But one of the soldiers forthwith deserted secretly to the enemy's camp and made known the plans of the Romans. Totila accordingly picked out 2,000 men distinguished for their valour, and as night came on, set guards upon the roads at a distance of 30 stadia from Oximus, keeping his movements entirely secret. So when these guards at about midnight saw the enemy passing by, they drew their swords and began their attack. And they killed 200 of them, but Sabinianus and Thurimus, together with the rest, thanks to the darkness, succeeded in escaping and fleeing into Ariminium. However, the Goths captured all the pack animals which were carrying the servants, the weapons, and the clothing of the soldiers. There are 2 fortresses on the coast of the Ionian Gulf, Pisarius and Faunus, situated between the cities of Oximus and Ariminium. They had been dismantled at the beginning of this war by Vitiges, who had burned the houses in them and torn down their walls to about half of their height, in order that the Romans might not by seizing them make trouble for the Goths. One of these fortresses, Pisaurus, Belisarius decided to seize, for it seemed to him the place was by its situation suitable for the pasturing of horses. So he sent by night some of his associates and secretly obtained the accurate measurements, as to breadth and height, of each one of the gateways. He next had gates made and bound with iron, and then loaded them on boats and sent them off, commanding the men of Sabinianus and Thurimus to fit these gates quickly to the walls, and then to remain inside the circuit wall, and after thus ensuring their safety, to build up in whatever manner possible such parts of the circuit wall as had fallen down, putting in stones and mud and any other material whatever. So they carried out these instructions, but Totila, upon hearing what was going on, marched against them with a great army, and he made an attempt on the town and tarried near it for some time. But since he was unable to capture it, he returned baffled to his camp at Oximus. The Romans, however, were no longer making sallies against the enemy, but at each fortress they were remaining inside the walls. Furthermore, even when Belisarius sent 2 of his guardsmen to Rome, Ataceres, a Persian, and Barbation of Thrace, in order to assist Bessas in guarding the city, he instructed them by no means to make sallies against the enemy. As for Totila and the Gothic army, seeing that the force of Belisarius was not sufficient to array itself against them, they decided to harass the strongest of the towns. They accordingly made camp in Picenum before Firmium and Asculum and commenced a siege. And the winter drew to a close, and the 10th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. Now Belisarius, finding himself utterly unable to give support to the besieged towns, sent John, the nephew of Vitellion, to Byzantium, first binding him by the most solemn oaths that he would make every effort to return as quickly as possible, and his mission was to beg the emperor to send them a large army and a generous supply of money, and furthermore, both arms and horses. For even the few soldiers he had were unwilling to fight, asserting that the state owed them much money, and that they themselves were in want of everything, and this was true. Belisarius also wrote a letter to the emperor recording these matters, and the letter set forth the following. We have arrived in Italy, most mighty emperor, without men, horses, arms, or money, and no man, I think, without a plentiful supply of these things, would ever be able to carry on a war, For though we did travel about most diligently through Thrace and Illyricum, the soldiers we gathered are an exceedingly small and pitiful band, men without a single weapon in their hands, and altogether unpractised in fighting. And we see on the other hand, that the men who were left in Italy are both insufficient in number and in abject terror of the enemy, their spirit having been utterly humbled by the many defeats they have suffered at their hands. Men who did not simply escape at random from their opponents, but even abandoned their horses and flung their weapons to the ground. And as for the revenue, it is impossible for us to derive any money from Italy, since it has again been taken by the enemy into their possession. Consequently, since we have fallen behind in regard to the payment of the soldiers, we find ourselves quite unable to impose our orders upon them, for the debt has taken away our right to command. And this also thou must know well, my master, that the majority of those serving in thy armies have deserted to the enemy. If therefore it was only necessary that Belisarius be sent to Italy, then thou hast made the best preparations possible for the war, for I am already in the very midst of Italy. If, however, it is thy wish to overcome thy foes in the war, provision must also be made for the other necessary things, for no man could, I think, be a general without men to support him. It is therefore needful that, above all others, my spearmen and guards should be sent me, and next to them a very large force of Huns and other barbarians is needed, to whom money must also be given immediately. Such was the letter written by Belisarius. But as for John, though he spent a long time in Byzantium, he accomplished none of the objectives of his mission, but he married the daughter of Germanus, the nephew of the emperor. In the meantime Totila captured Firmum and Asculum by surrender, and advancing into Tuscany, he began the siege of Spoletum and Azaz. Now the garrison in Spoletum was commanded by Herodian, and that in Azaz by Sisifridus, who, though a Goth by birth, was exceedingly loyal to the Romans and the emperor's cause. Herodian, for his part, came to terms with the enemy, the agreement being that they should remain quiet for 30 days. If no assistance should come to the Romans within this time, he was to surrender both himself and the city, together with the soldiers and the inhabitants, to the Goths, and he furnished his son as a hostage for keeping this agreement. So when the appointed day came, and no Roman army had arrived from any quarter, Herodian and the whole garrison of Spoletum, in accordance with the agreement, put themselves and the city into the hands of Totila and the Goths. But they say that the hostility existing between Herodian and Belisarius was the real cause for his surrendering himself and Spoletum to the Goths, for Belisarius had threatened to call him to account for his previous record. Such was the course of events as regards Spoletum. Sisifridus, on the other hand, in making a sally with his troops, lost the most of his men and perished himself. Thereupon, the inhabitants of Azaz, despairing of the situation, immediately handed the city over to the enemy. Totila also sent straightway to Cyprian, demanding that he surrender Perusia to him, attempting to terrify him in case he should disobey, but promising on the other hand to reward him with a large sum of money if he should carry out this order. But since he met with no success in dealing with Cyprian, he bribed one of his bodyguards, Uliphus by name, to kill him by treachery. Uliphus, accordingly meeting Cyprian by chance alone, killed him and got away in flight to Totila, but nevertheless the soldiers of Cyprian continued to guard the city for the emperor, and the Goths consequently decided to retire from Perusia. After this, Totila moved against Rome, and upon coming near the city, he began a siege. He did no harm, however, to the farmers in this or any other part of Italy, but commanded them to continue tilling the soil without fear, just as they were accustomed to do, bringing to him the revenues which they had formerly brought to the public treasury and to the owners of the land. And when some Goths had come close up to the fortifications of Rome, Artaceres and Barbiton made a sally against them, though Bessus did not in the least approve their action, leading out a large number of their men to the attack. And they straightway killed many and turned the rest to flight. But in following up these men and allowing themselves to be drawn into a pursuit over a great distance, they fell into an ambush set by the enemy. Here they lost the most of their men, and they themselves, accompanied by a handful of men, succeeded only with difficulty in making their escape, and thereafter they no longer dared to go out against their opponents, even though they were pressing their attack. From this time on, a severe famine affected the Romans, for they were no longer able to bring in any necessaries from the country, and the traffic by sea was cut off. For after the Goths had captured Naples, they had stationed a navy of many light craft, both there and at the so-called Aeolian Islands, and at such other islands as lie off this coast, and with these they were keeping a close watch over the sea route. Consequently, such ships as put out from Sicily and started to sail to the harbour of Rome fell one and all into the hands of these patrols, together with their crews. Totila now sent an army into Aemilia with orders to take the city of Placentia either by storm or by surrender. This is the chief city of the land of Aemilia and has strong defences, being situated on the river Eridanus, and it was the only city still left in that region subject to the Romans. So when this army came near Placentia, they offered terms to the garrison there, to the end that they might hand over the city by surrender to Totila and the Goths. But since they met with no success, they made camp on the spot and began a siege, perceiving that the people in the city were in need of provisions. At that time there arose a suspicion of treason among the commanders of the emperor's army in Rome against Carthagus, a patrician and leader of the Roman Senate. For this reason he departed hastily for Centumcelli, but Belisarius became alarmed both for Rome and for the whole Roman cause, since it was impossible to lend assistance from Ravenna in any case, and especially with a small army, and so he decided to remove from there and take possession of the district about Rome, in order that by being near at hand he might be able to go to the rescue of those in difficulty there. Indeed, he repented having ever come to Ravenna at all, a course which he had taken earlier through the persuasion of Vitellius, and not to the advantage of the emperor's cause, since by shutting himself up in that place he had given the enemy a free hand to determine the course of the war as they wished. And to me it seemed either that Belisarius had chosen the worst course because it was fated at that time that the Romans should fare ill, or that he had indeed determined upon the better course, but God, having in mind to assist Totila and the Goths, had stood as an obstacle in his way, so that the best of the plans of Belisarius had turned out utterly contrary to his expectations. For those upon whom the wind of fortune blows from a fair quarter, even though they make the worst plans, will meet with no calamity, since heaven reverses these plans and brings them to an entirely favourable issue. But a man, I believe, who is under the ban of fortune, utterly lacks the ability to plan wisely, being bereft of understanding and insight into the truth by the fact that he is fated to suffer ill. And even if he ever does make some plan adapted to the needs of the situation, still, fortune straightway breathes counterwise upon him after he has made such a plan, and perverts his wise purpose so as to bring about the most dire results. However, whether this is so or otherwise I am unable to say. Belisarius then appointed Justinus to command the garrisons of Ravenna, and himself with only a few men journeyed thence through Dalmatia and the neighbouring lands of Epidamnus, where he remained quiet, expecting an army from Byzantium, and writing a letter to the emperor, he reported the present situation. The emperor therefore not long afterwards sent him John, the nephew of Vitalian, and Isaac the Armenian, brother to Aratius and Narses, together with an army of barbarian and Roman soldiers. These troops reached Epidamnus and joined Belisarius there. The emperor also sent Narses the eunuch to the rulers of the Eruli in order to persuade the most of them to march into Italy. This Chilbudis was appointed by the emperor in the 4th year of his reign to be general of Thrace, and was assigned to guard the river Ista, being ordered to keep watch so that the barbarians of that region could no longer cross the river, since the Huns and Antai and Sclaveni had already made the crossing many times, and done irreparable harm to the Romans. And Chilbudis became such an object of terror to the barbarians that for the space of 3 years, during which time he remained there holding this office, not only did no one succeed in crossing the Ista against the Romans, but the Romans actually crossed over to the opposite side many times with Chilbudis, and killed and enslaved the barbarians there. But 3 years later, when Chilbudis crossed the river, as was his custom, with a small force, the Sclaveni came against him with their entire strength, and a fierce battle taking place, many of the Romans fell, and among them the general Chilbudis. Therefore the river became free for the barbarians to cross at all times, just as they wished, and the possessions of the Romans were rendered easily accessible, and the entire Roman Empire found itself utterly incapable of matching the valour of one single man in the performance of this task. But later on, the Antai and Sclaveni became hostile to one another and engaged in a battle, in which it so fell out that the Antai were defeated by their opponents. Now in this battle one of the Sclaveni took captive a certain young man of the enemy named Chilbudis, who was just wearing his first beard, and took him off to his home. This Chilbudis, as time went on, became devoted to his master to an extraordinary degree, and proved himself a vigorous warrior in dealing with the enemy. Indeed, he exposed himself to danger many times to save his master, distinguishing himself by his deeds of valour, through which he succeeded in winning great renown. At about this time Antai descended upon the land of Thrace and plundered and enslaved many of the Roman inhabitants, and they led these captives with them as they returned to their native abode. Now chance brought one of these captives into the hands of a kind and gentle master. This man was a great rascal, and one capable of circumventing and deceiving those who fell in the way of him. And since he was unable by any device to effect his return to the native land of the Romans, much as he wished, he conceived the following plan. Coming before his master, he praised him for his kindness and declared that God on account of this would bestow upon him blessings in abundance, and that he for his part would show himself by no means ungrateful to a most kindly master, but if only he was willing to give ear to the excellent suggestion which he had to offer, he would shortly put him in possession of a great sum of money. For there was, he said, among the nation of the Sclaveni one Chilbudis, a former general of the Romans, in the condition of a slave, while all the barbarians were ignorant as to who in the world he was. If therefore he was willing to pay out the price set upon Chilbudis, and convey the man to the land of the Romans, it was not unlikely that he would acquire for himself from the emperor not only a fair reputation, but also an enormous amount of money. By these words the Roman speedily persuaded his master, and he went with him into the midst of the Sclaveni, for these barbarians were already on peaceful terms, and were mingling with one another without fear. Consequently, they were able, by paying out a large sum of money to the master of Chilbudis, to purchase the man, and they departed with him immediately. And when they had come into their own country, the purchaser inquired of the man whether he was Chilbudis himself, the general of the Romans. And he did not hesitate to state truly all of the facts in order, saying that he too was by birth of the Antai, and that while fighting with his compatriots against the Sclaveni, who were then at war with them, he had been captured by one of the enemy, but now upon arriving in his native country, he too, according to the law, would be free from that time forth. Thereupon the man who had paid out gold for him became speechless with vexation, seeing that he had failed of a hope of no moderate sort. But the Roman, wishing to reassure the man and to controvert the truth, so that no difficulty might arise to prevent his return to his home, still insisted that this man actually was that Chilbudis, but that he was afraid, clearly because he was in the midst of the barbarians, and so was quite unwilling to reveal the whole truth. If, however, he should get into the land of the Romans, he would not only not conceal the truth, but in all probability would actually take pride in the very name. Now at first, these things were done without the knowledge of the other barbarians, but when the report was carried about and reached the entire nation, practically all of the Antae assembled to discuss the situation, and they demanded that the matter be made a public one, thinking that great benefit would come to them from the fact that they had now become masters of the Roman general Chilbudis. For these nations, the Sclaveni and the Antae, are not ruled by one man, but they have lived from of old under a democracy, and consequently everything which involves their welfare, whether for good or for ill, is referred to the people. It is also true that in all other matters, practically speaking, these two barbarian peoples had from ancient times the same institutions and customs, for they believe that one God, the maker of lightning, is alone Lord of all things, and they sacrifice to him cattle and all other victims. But as for fate, they neither know it nor do they in any wise admit that it has any power among them, but whenever death stands close before them, either stricken with sickness or beginning a war, they make a promise that if they escape, they will straightway make a sacrifice to the god in return for their life, and if they escape, they sacrifice just what they have promised, and consider that their safety has been brought with this same sacrifice. They reverence, however, both rivers and nymphs and some other spirits, and they sacrifice to all these also, and they make their divination in connection with these sacrifices. They live in pitiful hovels, which they set up far apart from one another, but as a general thing, every man is constantly changing his place of abode. When they enter battle, the majority of them go against their enemy on foot, carrying little shields and javelins in their hands, but they never wear corslets. Indeed, some of them do not wear even a shirt or a cloak, but gathering their trews up as far as to their private parts, they enter into battle with their opponents, and both the two peoples have also the same language, an utterly barbarous tongue. Nay, further, they do not differ at all from one another in appearance, for they are all exceptionally tall and stalwart men, while their bodies and hair are neither very fair or blonde, nor indeed do they incline entirely to the dark type, but they are all slightly ruddy in colour, and they live a hard life, giving no heed to bodily comforts, just as the Massagati do, and like them, they are continually and at all times covered with filth. However, they are in no respect base nor evildoers, but they preserve the Hunnic character in all its simplicity. In fact, the Sclaveni and Antae actually had a single name in the remote past, for they were both called Spori in olden times, because I suppose, living apart one man from another, they inhabit their country in a sporadic fashion, and in consequence of this very fact, they hold a great amount of land, for they alone inhabit the greatest part of the northern bank of the river. So much, then, may be said regarding these peoples. So, on the present occasion, the Antae gathered together, as has been said, and tried to compel this man to agree with them in the assertion that he was Chilbudis, the Roman general himself, and they threatened if he denied it to punish him. But while this affair was progressing in the manner described, meantime the Emperor Justinian had sent some envoys to these very barbarians, through whom he expressed the desire that they should all settle in an ancient city, Taris by name, situated to the north of the river Ista. This city had been built by the Roman Emperor Trajan in earlier times, but for a long time now it had remained unoccupied after it had been plundered by the barbarians of that region. It was this city and the lands about it that the Emperor Justinian agreed to give them, asserting that it had belonged to the Romans originally, and he further agreed to give them all the assistance within his power while they were establishing themselves, and to pay them great sums of money, on condition that they should remain at peace with him thereafter, and constantly block the way against the Huns, when these wished to overrun the Roman domain. When the barbarians heard this, they expressed approval and promised to carry out all the conditions, provided that he restored Chilbudis to the office of general of the Romans and assign him to assist them in the establishment of their city, stoutly maintaining what they wished was so, that the man there among them was Chilbudis. Thereupon the man himself, being lifted up by these hopes, began now to claim and to assert, as well as the others, that he was Chilbudis the Roman general. Indeed, he was setting out for Byzantium on this mission when Narses, in the course of his journey, came upon him. And when he met the man and found him to be playing the part of an impostor, although he spoke in the Latin tongue, and had already learned many of the personal peculiarities of Chilbudis, and had been very successful in assuming them, he confined him in prison and compelled him to confess the whole truth, and thereafter brought him in his own train to Byzantium. But I shall return to the point from which I have strayed. While the Emperor was taking such measures as have been described, Belisarius on his part sent an army to the harbour of Rome under the command of Valentinius, and one of his own bodyguards, Phocas by name, an exceptionally able warrior, with instructions to join the garrison in Portus, which was commanded by Innocentius, and to assist them in guarding that fortress, and wherever they found it possible they were to make excursions and harass the enemy's camp. Consequently, Valentinius and Phocas secretly sent a messenger into Rome bearing the intelligence to Bessas that they were at that moment about to make a sudden attack upon the stockade of their opponents. He should therefore, on his part, select the most warlike of the soldiers in Rome, and whenever he observed their assault, rush to their assistance, so that each of the two forces might be able to inflict some great injury upon the barbarians. Bessas, however, was by no means taken with this plan, notwithstanding the fact that he had as many as 3,000 soldiers under him. Thus it was that Valentinius and Phocas, with a force of 500, descended unexpectedly upon the enemy's camp, and killed a few men, and the tumult occasioned thereby soon reached the ears of the besieged. But seeing that no one came out from the city against the camp, they quickly retired to the harbour without suffering any loss. So they sent to Bessas a second time, and first charged him with having had a regrettable attack of timidity. They declared that they would soon make another assault upon the enemy, and urged that he too should fall upon the barbarians with all his strength at the proper moment. Bessas, however, still refused to make a sally against his opponents and risk a battle. Still, Valentinius and Phocas were purposing to assail the enemy in larger force, and had already made their preparations. But a certain soldier of Innocentius' command went as a deserter to Totila and carried the news that on the following day there would be an attack upon them from Portus. So Totila decided to fill with ambuscades of soldiers all the places which were adapted for this purpose. On the following day, therefore, Valentinius and Phocas fell into these ambuscades, and not only lost the most of their men, but were also killed themselves, and only a small handful made their escape with difficulty and betook themselves to Portus. It was at this time that Vigilius, the chief priest of Rome, who was then sojourning in Sicily, filled with grain as many ships as he could and sent them off, thinking that in some way or other those who were conveying the cargoes would be able to get them into Rome, so these ships were sailing towards the Roman harbour, but the enemy spied them and got to the harbour a short time before the ships arrived. There they concealed themselves inside the walls, their purpose being that, as soon as the ships should come to the land, they might capture them with no difficulty. And when all the men keeping guard in Portus observed this, they went up to the battlements, every man of them, and by waving their cloaks strove to signal the men on the ships not to come ahead, but to turn aside and go elsewhere, anywhere in fact, where chance might lead them. But the men on the ships failed to comprehend what they were doing, supposing that the Romans in Portus were rejoicing and inviting them into the harbour, and since they had a favouring wind, they quickly got inside the harbour. Now there were many Romans on board the ships, and among them a certain bishop, named Valentinius. Then the barbarians arose from their hiding place and took possession of all the boats without encountering any resistance, and as for the bishop, they took him prisoner and led him before Totila, but all the rest they killed, and drawing the boats up on shore with their cargo still in them, they departed. And Totila made such inquiries of the priest as he wished, and then accused him of not telling the truth in any respect, and so cut off both his hands. Such was the course of these events, and the winter drew to a close, and the 11th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. And Virgilius, the chief priest of Rome, in obedience to the emperor's summons, came to Byzantium from Sicily, for he had been waiting a considerable time in Sicily for this summons. It was at about this time that the Romans besieged in Placentia, seeing that all their provisions had now been completely exhausted, resorted to foods of an unnatural type, under constraint of famine. In fact, they had actually tasted each other's flesh, and it was because of this situation that they came to terms with the Goths, and surrendered both themselves and Placentia to them. Such was the course of events here. At Rome likewise, as it laboured under the siege of Totila, all the necessities of life had already failed. Now there was a certain man among the priests of Rome, Pelagius by name, holding the office of deacon. He had passed a considerable time in Byzantium, and had there become especially intimate with the Emperor Justinian, and it so happened that he had a short time previously arrived at Rome possessed of a great fortune, and during this siege he had bestowed a great part of his fortune upon those destitute of the necessities of life. And thus, though he had been a notable person even before this time, among all the Italians, now quite naturally he won still greater renown for philanthropy. So the Romans, finding their situation desperate by reason of the famine, persuaded this Pelagius to go before Totila and negotiate for them an armistice of only a few days, the understanding to be that, if within the time of that armistice no help should reach them from Byzantium, they would surrender both themselves and the city to the Goths. Pelagius accordingly went on this mission to Totila, and when he came, Totila greeted him with great respect and friendliness, and then spoke first as follows: Among all barbarian peoples it is well nigh universal as a custom to reverence the office of ambassadors, and I for my part have always been eager to honour particularly those such as yourself who can lay claim to excellence. Now it is my opinion that the distinction between honour and insult to a man clothed with the office of ambassador is not made by a smiling countenance or bombastic utterances on the part of those who receive him, but either by simply speaking the truth or, on the other hand, by addressing him with insincere speeches. For signal honour, on the one hand, is conferred upon him who has not been dismissed until the truth has been disclosed to him with directness, but the greatest possible insult, on the other hand, has been heaped upon the ambassador who takes his departure after hearing only deceit and insincere phrases. Now, therefore, O Pelagius, with the exception of 3 things, you will never fail to receive from us whatever you may crave. These things then you had best avoid and pass by without mention, so that you may not, though having been yourself most to blame for failing to accomplish any of the objectives of your coming, impute to us the blame of this failure. For the inevitable consequence of making a request inappropriate to the actual situation is generally failure to gain one's objective. I warn you then that you are to make no plea in the interest of either any one of the Sicilians or the fortifications of Rome, or the slaves who have put themselves under our protection. For it is impossible either for the Goths to show any mercy to any one of the Sicilians, or for the wall to remain standing, or for the slaves who have been serving in our army to return to the service of their former masters. And in order to avoid the appearance of advancing these demands in a spirit of unreason, we shall clear ourselves of that suspicion by stating our grounds immediately. In the first place, then, that island from ancient times enjoyed an unrivalled degree of prosperity, as evidenced by its revenues and by the abundance of the crops produced therein, so that it not only provided enough for its inhabitants, but you Romans also were abundantly supplied by importing annually as tribute the produce of Sicilian fields. It was for this reason that the Romans begged Theodoric at the beginning of his reign that no numerous garrison of Goths should be placed there, so that no check might be put upon the freedom of the inhabitants or their general prosperity. In such circumstances the enemy's army put in at Sicily with a force which was a match for us neither in numbers of men nor in any other respect whatever. The Sicilians, upon seeing the fleet, did not report this to the Goths, did not even shut themselves into their strongholds, did not consent to show hostility to our adversaries in any other manner, but opening the gates of their cities with all zeal, received the army of the enemy with open arms, just as I suppose the most untrustworthy slaves would do, who had for a long time been watching for the favourable moment to escape from the hands of their owners and find some new and unknown masters. By using that island as a base, the enemy, as if fighting from an advanced fortress, without difficulty distressed themselves of all Italy, and seized upon this city of Rome, having brought with them from Sicily such a great quantity of grain that, though they were besieged for an entire year, it continued to suffice for the whole population of the city. Such is the case of the Sicilians, whose misdeeds have been such that it will be utterly impossible for the Goths to show them forgiveness, seeing that the gravity of the accusation sweeps away all compassion for the guilty. In the second place, it was within these walls that our enemy shut himself, and from which he was quite unwilling to come down into the plain and array himself against us, but by crafty wiles and baffling tricks he ever flouted the Goths from day to day, and thus became quite undeservedly master of our possessions. Consequently, it is worthwhile for us to make provision that we shall not have this same experience a second time. For when men who have once met with a reverse through ignorance fall into the same evil plight again without providing against the calamity which has already become familiar to them by experience, men believe that what has befallen them to be no adversity of fortune, but in all likelihood a proof of the folly of the victims of the disaster. And one might add that the destruction of the walls of Rome will benefit you above all others. For you will not hereafter be shut in with others and excluded from all the necessities of life, while you suffer siege at the hands of the assailants of the city, but on the contrary, the two armies will stake their chances in open battle against one another, while you, without perils on your part, will simply become the prize of the victors. In the third place, regarding the slaves who have put themselves under our protection, we shall say only this, that if after they have taken their places in our ranks against our adversaries, and have received from us the promise that we will never abandon them to their former masters, we should at the present juncture decide to put them into your hands, we shall have no right to be trusted by you either. For it is impossible I say, for the man who makes light of his covenant with the most unfortunate of men, to give evidence of a spirit that can be relied on in dealing with anyone else, but he always carries along with him his untrustworthiness, just as he does any other characteristic that reveals his true nature in all his dealings with other men. Thus spoke Totilia, and Pelagius replied as follows: Though you began, excellent sir, by saying that you have the very greatest admiration not only for me, but also for the ambassadorial title, you have in fact assigned to us the very lowest grade of dishonour. Indeed, I for my part think that he who really insults one who is both friend and ambassador is not the man who may strike him on the head or otherwise maltreat him, but rather he who decides to allow his visitor to depart with his mission unaccomplished. For it is not with the purpose of achieving any honour at the hands of those who receive them that men are accustomed to submit to the labours of an embassy, but in order that they may return with some good accomplished to those who have sent them. Consequently, it will be more favourable to their purpose to have been treated with wanton disrespect, and still have accomplished some of the objectives for which they came, than after hearing more courteous words, to return disappointed in their hope. Turning now to the present situation, I know not what plea I ought to make concerning those things which you yourself have mentioned, for why should one importune him who had refused an agreement before hearing the plea? This, however, I could not leave unsaid, that it is clear what measures of kindness you are proposing to display towards the Romans who have taken up arms against you, seeing that, with regard to the Sicilians, you have determined to vent your enmity upon them without mercy, though they have in no way opposed you. But as for me, I shall give over my petition to you and refer my mission to God, who is accustomed to send retribution upon those who scorn the prayers of supplicants. With such words, Pelagius departed, and when the Romans saw him returning unsuccessful, they fell into a state of helpless despair, for the famine, becoming still more acute, was working terrible havoc among them from day to day. The soldiers, however, had not yet exhausted their supplies, but they could still hold out. The Romans therefore gathered in a throng and came before Bessas and Conon, the commanders of the emperor's army. There, with weeping and loud lamentations, they spoke to them as follows: The fate, generals, which we see to be upon us at the present time, is such that, if we actually had the power to commit some unholy deed against you, such a crime would have brought upon us no reproach, for the overwhelming constraint of necessity furnishes of itself a sufficient defence. But seeing that our strength cannot suffice for our defence, we have resorted to words and have come before you to make our position clear and to lament our misfortune. And do you hear us with forbearance, not being stirred up by the boldness of our words, but judging it with due regard to the acuteness of our sufferings? For he who has been compelled to despair of safety can no longer control his actions, nor his words, so as to preserve decorum. As for us, generals, do not consider us to be either Romans or fellow countrymen of yours, or even to have assimilated our ways of government to yours, and do not suppose that in the beginning we received the emperor's army into the city willingly, but regard us as enemies from the first, and as men who have taken up arms against you, and later, when defeated in battle, have become your captive slaves simply in accordance with the customs of war. And do you furnish sustenance to these your captives, if not in quantities sufficient for our needs, at least in such measure as to make life possible, that by your so doing we may survive and render you such service in return as it is fitting that slaves should render their masters. But if you find this difficult or contrary to your wish, then at least consent to release us from your hands, by which action you will gain this advantage, that you will not be troubled by the burial of your slaves. And if even this favour is not left us, deign to put us to death, and do not deprive us of an honourable end, nor begrudge us death, which to us is the sweetest of all things, but by a single act free the Romans from their troubles. When Bessas and his officers heard this, they asserted firstly that to furnish them with provisions was impossible, secondly that to put them to death would be unholy, and thirdly that even to release them was not without danger. But they insisted that Belisarius with the army from Byzantium would arrive right speedily, and after thus consoling them sent them away. The famine, becoming more severe as time went on, was greatly increasing its ravages, driving men to discover monstrous foods unknown to the natural desires of man. Now at first, since Bessas and Conon, who commanded the garrison in Rome, had, as it happened, stored away a vast supply of grain for their own use within the walls of Rome, they as well as the soldiers were constantly taking from this portion assigned for their own needs and selling at a great price to such Romans as were rich, for the price of a bushel had reached 7 gold pieces. Those, however, whose domestic circumstances were such that they were unable to partake of food which was so much dearer, were able, by paying in cash 1/4 of this price, to get their bushel measures filled with bran. This was their food, and necessity made it most sweet and dainty to their taste. As for beef, whenever the bodyguards of Bessas captured an ox in making a sally, they sold it for 50 gold pieces, and if any man had a horse or any other animal which had died, this Roman was counted among those exceedingly fortunate, seeing that he was able to live luxuriously upon the flesh of a dead animal. But all the rest of the numerous inhabitants were eating nettles only, such as grow in abundance about the walls and among the ruins in all parts of the city. And in order to prevent the pungent herb from stinging their lips and throats, they boiled them thoroughly before eating. So long then as the Romans had their gold currency, they bought the grain and bran they ate in the manner described, and went their way. But when their supply of this had at length failed, then they brought all their household goods to the forum and exchanged them for their daily sustenance. But when finally the soldiers of the emperor had no grain which they could possibly sell to the Romans, except indeed that Bessas still had a little left, nor had the Romans anything with which to buy, they all turned to the nettles. But this food was insufficient for them, for it was utterly impossible to satisfy themselves with it, and consequently their flesh withered away almost entirely, while their colour, gradually turning to a livid hue, gave them a most ghostly appearance. And it happened to many that, even as they walked along chewing the nettles with their teeth, death came suddenly upon them, and they fell to the ground, and now they were even beginning to eat each other's dung. There were many, too, who, because of the pressure of the famine, destroyed themselves with their own hands, for they could no longer find either dogs or mice or any dead animal of any kind on which to feed. Now there was a Roman in the city, the father of 5 children, and they gathered about him, and laying hold of his garment, kept demanding food, but he, without a word of lament, and without letting it be seen that he sorely was troubled, most steadfastly concealing all his suffering in his mind, bade the children follow him as if for the purpose of getting food. But when he came to the bridge over the Tiber, he tied his cloak over his face, thus concealing his eyes, and leapt from the bridge into the waters of the Tiber, the deed being witnessed both by his children and by all the Romans who were there. From that time on the imperial commanders, upon receiving further money, released such of the Romans as desired to depart from the city, and only a few were left in the city, for all the rest made their escape by flight in whatever manner proved possible for each one. But the most of these, since their strength had been utterly wasted away by the famine, perished as soon as they had begun their journey, whether by water or by land. Many too were caught on the road by the enemy and destroyed. To such a pass had come the fortune of the Senate and the people of Rome. When the army under John and Isaac had reached Epidamnus and joined Belisarius, John on the one hand, urged that they ferry all the troops across the gulf and proceed by land with the whole army, meeting together whatever opposition might develop against them. But Belisarius, on the other hand, considered this plan inexpedient, and thought that more was to be gained by sailing to the neighbourhood of Rome, for in going by land they would consume a longer time, and would perhaps be confronted by some obstacle. John, meanwhile, was to march through the territory of the Calabrians and the other peoples of that region, drive out the few barbarians who were there, and after reducing to submission the territory south of the Ionian Gulf, march to the neighbourhood of Rome and rejoin his friends. It was here, indeed, that Belisarius purposed to land with the rest of the army, for he thought that, whence the Romans were suffering most cruelly in the siege, even the smallest delay would in all probability bring disaster to their cause. And if they went by sea and met with a favouring wind, it would be possible to land at the harbour of Rome on the 5th day, while an army marching by land from Dryas could not reach Rome even within 40 days. So Belisarius gave these directions to John and set sail from there with his whole fleet, but a violent wind fell upon them, and they put in at Dryas. And when the Goths who had been stationed there to besiege the fortress saw this fleet, they abandoned the siege and straightway betook themselves to the neighbourhood of Brundisium, a city 2 days' journey distant from Dryas, situated on the coast of the Gulf and without walls, for they supposed that Belisarius would immediately pass through the strait at Dryas, and they reported their situation to Totila. He, for his part, put his own army in readiness to oppose Belisarius, and commanded the Goths in Calabria to keep the passes under guard as best they could. But when Belisarius, finding a favourable wind, sailed away from Dryas, the Goths in Calabria thought no more of him, and began to conduct themselves carelessly, while Totila was content to remain quiet and to guard still more closely the approaches to Rome, so that it might be impossible to bring any kind of provisions into the city. And he devised the following structure on the Tiber. Observing a place where the river flows in a very narrow channel about 90 stades distant from the city, he placed very long timbers reaching from one bank to the other, so as to form a bridge at that point. And he constructed 2 wooden towers, one on either bank, and placed in each one garrison of warlike men, so that it might be no longer possible for boats of any kind whatever to make their way up from Portus and so enter the city. Meanwhile, Belisarius on his part landed at the harbour of Rome, while John with his army was remaining where he was. Then John ferried himself over to Calabria, quite unobserved by the Goths, who, as stated, were waiting in the neighbourhood of Brundisium. And he captured 2 of the enemy who were going out as scouts, one of whom he killed immediately, but the other fell on his knees and begged to be made a prisoner, for he said, "I shall not be useless to you and the Roman army." And when John asked him what advantage he could possibly confer upon the Romans and him if he was not destroyed, the man promised to enable him to fall upon the Goths while they were not in the least expecting such a thing. Then John said that his prayer should not fail to be heard, but first he must show him the pastures of their horses. This too the barbarian agreed to do, and so he went with him. And first, upon finding the enemy's horses pasturing, all the men who happened to be on foot leapt upon their backs, and there was a large number of such men comprising some of the best troops. Next they advanced at full speed upon the camp of their opponents. And the barbarians, being unarmed and utterly unprepared and terror-stricken by the suddenness of the attack, were most of them destroyed where they stood, utterly forgetful of their valour, and only a small number succeeded in escaping and made their way to Totila. And John began to console and pacify all the Calabrians, endeavouring to win their loyalty to the emperor and promising that they would receive many benefits both from the emperor and from the Roman army. And departing as quickly as he could from Brundisium, he captured a city Canusium by name, which is situated approximately at the centre of Apulia, and is distant from Brundisium 5 days' journey as one goes westward from Rome. 25 stades away from this city of Canusium is Cannae, where they say the Romans in early times suffered their greatest disaster at the hands of Hannibal, the general of the Libyans. In that city a certain Tullianus, son of Venatius, a Roman who possessed great power among the Bruti and Lacuni, came before John and made charges against the emperor's army for the treatment they had previously meted out to the Italians, but he agreed that, if the army thereafter should treat them with some degree of consideration, he would hand over Brutium and Lucania to the Romans, to be again subject and tributary to the emperor no less than they had been before. For it was not, he said, by their own will that they had yielded to men who were barbarians, but because they had been placed under most dire constraint by their opponents, and had also been treated with injustice by the emperor's soldiers, and upon John's declaration that thereafter the Italians would receive every blessing from the army, Tullianus went with him. Consequently, the soldiers no longer entertained any suspicion as regards the Italians, but the most of the territory south of the Ionian Gulf had become friendly to them and subject to the emperor. But when Totila heard this, he selected 300 of the Goths and sent them to Capua. These men he instructed that, whenever they saw the army of John marching thence towards Rome, they should simply follow him without drawing attention to themselves, for he himself would attend to the rest. Consequence of this, John became afraid that he would fall into some trap and be surrounded by the enemy, and so discontinued his movement to join Belisarius, and instead marched into the territory of the Bruti and Lucani. Now there was a certain Recimundus among the Goths, a man of note whom Totila had appointed to keep guard over Brutium. He had under him some of the Goths as well as Roman soldiers and Moors who had deserted, and his instructions were to guard with these troops the Strait of Scylla and the adjoining coast, so that no one might be able fearlessly to set sail from there for Sicily, nor to land there from the island. This army was surprised by John, whose presence had not been reported to them, and he fell upon them at a point between Rhegium and Vevon. He threw them into consternation by a sudden attack, utterly heedless as they were of their valour, and turned them immediately to flight. And they sought refuge by fleeing to the mountain which rises nearby, a difficult one to climb and generally precipitous, but John pursued them and reached the steep slopes along with the enemy, and thus, before they had as yet secured their position on the rough mountainside, he engaged with them and killed many of the Moors and Roman soldiers, though they offered a most vigorous resistance, and captured by surrender Recimundus and the Goths together with all who remained. After accomplishing this feat, John still continued to remain where he was, while Belisarius, constantly expecting John, remained inactive. And Belisarius kept reproaching him because he would not take the risk of meeting in battle the force on guard at Capua, only 300 in number, and endeavoured to make his way through, in spite of the fact that he had barbarians under his command who were men selected for their valour. But John abandoned that plan, and proceeded to a place in Apulia, called Servarium, where he remained in idleness. Belisarius, therefore, dreading that the besieged would do something desperate because of the lack of provisions, began to make plans to convey his supplies into Rome by some other means. And since he plainly had no force sufficient to pit against the enemy so that he could fight a decisive battle with them in the plain, he first arranged the following plan. He chose 2 skiffs of very unusual breadth, and after tensioning them together and lashing them very firmly to one another, constructed a wooden tower upon them, making it much higher than those made by the enemy at their bridge. For he had previously had them accurately measured by sending some of his men, who, as it was made to appear, were going over to the barbarians as deserters. Next he built wooden walls upon 200 swift-sailing boats, and launched them into the Tiber, having caused openings to be made in all parts of the wooden walls, in order that his men might be able to shoot at the enemy through them. Finally, he loaded grain and many other kinds of provisions on these boats and manned them with his most warlike soldiers. He also stationed other troops, both infantry and cavalry, on either side of the river in certain strong positions near the mouth of the Tiber, commanding them to remain at their posts and, if any of the enemy should threaten Portus, to prevent them with all their strength. But he stationed Isaac inside Portus, and it was to him that he entrusted both the city and his wife, and whatever else he happened to possess there. And he directed him in no circumstances to go away from the city, not even if he learned that Belisarius had perished at the hand of the enemy, but to maintain a close and constant guard, so that, if any reverse should befall the Romans, they might have a place where they could take refuge and save themselves. For they held no other stronghold at all in that region, but the whole country in every direction was hostile to them. Then he himself embarked on one of the swift boats which led on the fleet, giving orders to tow the boats on which he had constructed the tower. Now he had placed on the top of the tower a little boat which he had caused to be filled with pitch, sulphur, resin, and all the other substances on which fire naturally feeds the most fiercely, and on the other bank of the river, that on the right as one goes from Portus to Rome, a force of infantry was also drawn up alongside the stream to support him. But he had sent word to Bessas the day before, commanding that on the following day he should make a sally with a strong force and throw the enemy's camp into confusion. And indeed, this was the same command that he had already sent him many a time before, but neither on previous occasions nor during the present battle did Bessas see fit to carry out his orders. For now he was the only one who still had any grain left, since of all the grain which the magistrates of Sicily had previously sent to Rome to suffice both for the soldiers and for the whole population, he had let an exceedingly small amount go to the populace, while he had taken for himself the largest part on the pretext of providing for the soldiers and had hidden it away, and since he was selling this reserve to the senators at high prices, he by no means wished the siege to be broken. Meanwhile, Belisarius and the Roman fleet were making their way upstream in spite of the difficulty caused by the adverse current. The Goths, however, offered no opposition but remained quietly in their fortified camps. But immediately upon coming close to the bridge, the Romans encountered a hostile guard. This force had been stationed on either side of the river to protect an iron chain which Totila had put in place there not long before. The chain reached from one bank of the Tiber to the other, and its purpose was to make it difficult for the enemy to get even as far as the bridge. And they killed some of the guard with their missiles and turned the rest to flight, and then lifted out the chain and went straight on towards the bridge. And as soon as they came up to it they attacked, while the barbarians shooting from the towers were striving most vigorously to drive them back. By this time, too, the barbarians had started out from their fortified camps and were rushing to the bridge. Just at that moment, Belisarius brought the skiffs on which the tower had been built as close as possible to one of the towers of the enemy, the one which stood on the road to Portus at the very edge of the water, and gave orders to set fire to the little boat and throw it on top of the enemy's tower, and the Romans carried out this order. Now when the little boat fell upon the tower, it very quickly set fire to it, and not only was the tower itself consumed, but also all the Goths in it, to the number of about 200, and among those thus burned was Osdas, their commander, who was the most warlike of all of the Goths. Whereupon the Romans took courage and began to discharge their missiles still faster than before against the barbarians who had come to the support of their comrades. As for the Goths, they were struck with consternation at the turn of events, and facing about rushed off in flight, each man as best he could. The Romans then began to destroy the bridge and were ready, after wrecking it in a twinkling, to go ahead and proceed into Rome with no further opposition. But since this was not the will of fortune, some envious spirit interposed and contrived to ruin the cause of the Romans in the following manner. When the two armies were engaged in the operations just described, meantime a report fraught with ill for the Romans reached Portus, and the tidings spread that Belisarius was victorious and had taken up the chain after destroying the barbarians at that point, and all the rest which I have told above. Now when Isaac heard this, he could no longer contain himself, but was eager to have a hand in that glorious victory. So disregarding the instructions of Belisarius, he was off as quickly as possible to the other side of the river, and he took with him 100 horsemen from among the troops which Belisarius had stationed there, and advanced against the enemy's stockade, which was commanded by Roderick, a capable warrior. Then he made a sudden assault upon the barbarians in the camp and smote a certain number of them, including Roderick, who had come out against him. The Goths, for their part, immediately abandoned the camp and withdrew, either because they supposed that Isaac had a very large hostile force in the rear, or by way of deceiving their opponents so that they might be able to capture them as actually happened. So Isaac's men penetrated the hostile camp and began to plunder the silver which lay there and the other valuables, but the Goths immediately returned and slew many of their opponents, but took Isaac alive along with some others. Horsemen then hastened to Belisarius and reported that Isaac was in the hands of the enemy. Belisarius was thunderstruck at what he heard, and, without investigating in what manner Isaac could have been captured, but thinking that both Portus and his wife were lost, and that complete disaster had fallen upon the Romans, in that no other stronghold remained where they could now take refuge and save themselves, he fell into a state of speechlessness, an experience which he had never before had. It was for this reason that he hastily withdrew his forces to the rear, with the intention of attacking the enemy while they were still in disorder and recovering the town at all costs. So the Roman army withdrew from the bridge without accomplishing its objective, but when Belisarius reached Portus, he learned of the madness of Isaac and perceived that his own excitement had been without reason, whereupon he was so overcome with sorrow at the adversity of fortune that he fell sick. For a fever came on, which by its long continuance harassed him sorely and brought him into danger of death. 2 days later it came about that Roderick died, and Totilia, being exceedingly grieved at his loss, put Isaac to death. Meanwhile Bessas continued to grow more wealthy than ever by reselling his grain, since his prices were fixed by the necessity of those who wanted it. And since he was entirely wrapped up in his concern for this traffic, he never paid heed to the defence of the walls, nor concerned himself with any other measures for security whatsoever, but any of the soldiers who so wished were allowed to neglect their duties, and meanwhile there was only an insignificant garrison on the walls, and even this received very little attention. For those who chanced from day to day to be assigned to guard duty were freely permitted to do whatever they wanted, since no one was put in command of them who might possibly take some notice of such an act, nor did any officers consent to go the rounds of the fortifications as had been customary, and inspect the guards to see what they were doing, and furthermore not one of the citizens was able to assist them in keeping guard, for an exceedingly small number, as I have said, were left in the city, and these were wasted to the last degree by the famine. Thus it came about that 4 Isaurians who were keeping guard by the Isaurian gate did as follows. Having waited carefully for that part of the night during which it always fell to their lot of the soldiers next to them to sleep, while the guarding of the portion of the wall devolved upon them, they fastened ropes to the battlement long enough to reach to the ground, and laying hold of these with both hands, got outside the fortifications. Then they went before Totilia and agreed to receive him and the Gothic army into the city, for as they declared, they were able to do this without any trouble. And Totilia promised that he would be exceedingly grateful to them if they made good on these promises, and that he would put them in possession of great sums of money. He then sent with them 2 of his men to look over the place from which these men claimed that the Goths could effect an entrance into the city. So this party came up beside the wall, and laying hold of the ropes ascended to the battlements, where not a man uttered a sound or observed what was going on. So when they reached the top, the Isaurians showed the barbarians everything, namely, that those who wished to ascend would meet with no obstacle, and that after they had come up, they would have complete freedom of action, meeting as they would with not the least resistance. Then, after bidding them carry this report to Totila, they sent them away. Now when Totila heard this report, he was in a way pleased at the intelligence, but notwithstanding this, he felt a suspicion as regards the Isaurians, and was not inclined to place very much confidence in them. Not many days later, these men came to him again, urging him to undertake the enterprise. Totila thereupon sent 2 other men with them, with instructions that they too should make a thorough investigation of the whole situation and bring back a report. And these men, upon returning to him, made a report in all respects like that of the previous report. But during this time a large force of Roman soldiers, who were out on a reconnoitring expedition, charged upon 10 Goths walking along a road not far away from the city, and they took them prisoners, and straightway brought them before Bessas. And he inquired of these barbarians what Totilia's purpose really was, and the Goths said that he was in hopes that some of the Isaurians would deliver the city to him, for the story had already become known to many of the barbarians. But even when Bessas and Conon heard this, they treated the matter with great unconcern and took no heed to the report. And a third time the Isaurians came into the presence of Totila and tried to induce the man to do the deed. So he sent with them a number of men, and amongst them one related to him by blood, and they, upon returning to him, reported the whole situation and encouraged him to proceed. Totila then, as soon as night came on, put his whole force under arms in silence and led them up near the Isaurian gate. And he commanded 4 men who were conspicuous among the Goths for their bravery and strength to climb up the ropes with the Isaurians to the battlements, during that part of the night, of course, in which the guarding of that portion of the wall fell to the Isaurians, while the others were taking their turn at sleeping. And when these men got inside the fortifications, they descended to the Isaurian gate without meeting any opposition. There they shattered with axes both the wooden beam with which the Romans customarily made the gates fast by fitting it into recesses in the wall on either side, and also all the ironwork into which the guards always inserted their keys to shut the gates or open them according to the needs of the moment. They then swung the gates open, just as they wished to do, and without any trouble received Totila and the Gothic army into the city. But Totila collected his men there in one place, and would not allow them to scatter at all, for he feared that they would fall into some ambush set by the enemy, and tumult and confusion, as was natural, fell upon the city, and the most of the Roman soldiers were fleeing with their commanders through another gate, each one taking whatever course he found easy to follow, while only a few, with the rest of the Romans, were taking refuge in the sanctuaries. Among the patricians, Decius and Basilius, in company with a few others, for horses happened to be at hand for them, succeeded in escaping with Bessas, but Maximus, Olybrius, Orestes, and some others fled to the church of the Apostle Peter. Among the common people, however, it so fell out that only 500 men had been left throughout the whole city, and these with difficulty found refuge in the sanctuaries. For all the rest of the population were gone, some having departed to other lands, and some having been carried off by the famine, as I have stated above. Now many persons during that night kept reporting to Totila that both Bessas and the enemy were fleeing, but he, saying the report they had given was a pleasing one, would not permit a pursuit. For what could be sweeter for a meaner, he said, than a fleeing enemy? When it was already day, and there was now no suspicion left of any ambush, Totila, for his part, went to the church of the Apostle Peter to pray, but the Goths began to slay those who fell in their way, and in this manner there perished among the soldiers 26, and among the people 60. And when Totila had come into the sanctuary, Pelagius came before him carrying the Christian scriptures in his hand, and making supplication in every manner possible, saying, "Spare thine own, O master," and Totila, mocking him with a haughty air of indifference, said, "Now at last, Pelagius, you have come to make yourself a supplicant before me." "Yes," replied Pelagius, "at a time when God has made me your slave." "Nay, spare your slaves, O master, from now on." And Totila received this supplication with favour, and forbade the Goths thereafter to kill any Roman at all, but he permitted them, while setting aside for him the most valuable of the property, to have unrestricted authority to plunder all the rest for themselves. Now he found much of value in the houses of the patricians, but most of all in the house which Bessas had lodged, for that ill-starred wretch had been only collecting for Totila the outrageous sums which, as set forth above, he had charged for the grain. And thus the Romans in general, and particularly the members of the Senate, found themselves reduced to such straits that they clothed themselves in the garments of slaves and rustics, and lived by begging bread or any other food from their enemies. A very notable example of this change of fortune being that of Rusticina, the daughter of Symmachus, who had been the wife of Boethius, a woman who was always lavishing her wealth upon the needy. Indeed, these wretches went about to all the houses and kept knocking at the doors and begging that they give them food, feeling no shame in doing so. Now the Goths, on their part, were eager to put Rusticina to death, bringing against her the charge that after bribing the commanders of the Roman army, she had destroyed the statues of Theodoric, her motive in doing so having been to avenge the murder not only of her father Symmachus, but also of her husband Boethius. But Totila would not permit her to suffer any harm, but he guarded both her and all the other women safe from insult, although the Goths were extremely eager to have intercourse with them. Consequently, not one of them had the ill fortune to suffer personal insult, whether married, unwed, or widow, and Totila won great renown for moderation from this course. On the day following the capture, Totila gathered all the Goths together and spoke as follows. "Fellow soldiers, it is not with the purpose of making to you any new or unknown exhortation that I have brought you together in this place, but in order to say those very things which I have often said to you, and which you, for your part, have heeded, with the result that the greatest of blessings has fallen to your lot. Do not therefore on this account regard this present exhortation as of little moment. For when words lead to good fortune, men ought not to feel surfeit of them, even though the speaker seems to wear out the hearers with much speaking, for they cannot reasonably reject the benefit gained from such words. Now what I would say is this: only yesterday, as it were, we assembled a host of 200,000 most warlike soldiers who had at our disposal enormous wealth, and could display a lavish abundance of both horses and arms. We had a numerous company of mature men of the greatest discretion, a circumstance considered most advantageous for those entering upon a war, and yet, with all this in our favour, we were vanquished by 5,000 Greeklings, and for no good reason were stripped of our power and everything else that was ours. But now it has been our fortune, though reduced to a small number, destitute of arms and in pitiable plight, and without any experience at all, to gain the mastery over an enemy more than 20,000 strong. Our experience, then, to put it in a word, has been such as I have described. But the causes of this outcome, though you know them full well, I must now state to you. The Goths in earlier times paid less heed to justice than to any other thing, and treated each other and their Roman subjects as well in an unholy manner. Wherefore God was then moved to take the field against them on the side of their enemies. And so, although we were far superior to our opponents in number and in valour and in the general equipment for war, we were defeated by a power which was invisible and quite uncomprehended. It will therefore rest with you to guard your blessings, manifestly by continuing to observe justice, for if you chance to change your course, God too will instantly change his favour and become hostile to you. for it is not his wont to fight with a race of men or a particular nation, but with such as show the greater honour to justice. And for him it is no labour to transfer his blessings from one people to another. For whereas only to refrain from wrongdoing inheres in the will of man, God by his very nature has all things in his power. I say therefore that you must observe justice strictly both in your dealings with each other and with your subjects, for it would amount to the same thing to tell you to preserve your good fortune for ever. After Totila had made this speech before the Goths, he likewise called together the members of the Roman Senate, and reproached and abused them at length, saying that although they had received many benefits both from Theodoric and Atalaric, in that they themselves had always been appointed to the chief offices throughout the kingdom and had thus administered the government and had, furthermore, amassed vast wealth, still they had acted with such ingratitude towards the Goths, their benefactors, that regardless of their obligations they had planned a revolt to their own harm and brought in Greeks to attack their fatherland, thus turning traitor to themselves on the impulse of the moment. Then, after inquiring whether they had ever suffered any personal harm at the hands of the Goths, he compelled them to state whether any good thing came to them from the Emperor Justinian, reviewing all that had happened in order. First, they had, he said, been stripped of practically all their offices. Second, they had been maltreated by the Logothetes, as they were called, in that they had been compelled to settle accounts for their treatment of the Goths during their official careers. And third, although they were in dire straits on account of the war, they were paying the Greeks not a whit less in public taxes than in times of peace. And he included many other things too in his speech, such things as an angry master might be expected to say in upbraiding men who had become his slaves. Then he set before them Herodian and the Asurrians, who had handed over the city to them, and said, "You who have been reared together with the Goths have not up to the present day seen fit to surrender to us even one empty town, but these men have received us into Rome itself and Spoletum. By this action you have been reduced to the rank of household slaves, while these men, seeing that they have really proved themselves friends and kinsmen of the Goths, will hold your offices hereafter." Now, when the patricians heard this, they sat in silence. But Pelagius began to plead with Totila for them as men who had suffered reverses and misfortune, and would not let him go until he made them a promise of kind treatment, and thus sent them away. After this he sent Pelagius and one of the Roman orators, Theodorus by name, as envoys to the Emperor Justinian, having bound them by most solemn oaths that they would remain loyal to him and would make every effort to return to Italy as quickly as possible. And he instructed them to exert themselves to the utmost to secure peace for him from the Emperor, in order, as he said, that he for his part might not be compelled to raze Rome entirely to the ground, to destroy the members of the Senate, and to carry the war into Illyricum. And he also wrote a letter to the Emperor Justinian. Now the Emperor had already heard of what had taken place in Italy, but when later on the envoys came before him, they delivered the message which Totila had instructed them to bring, and put the letter into his hands. Now the contents of the letter were as follows: "As to what has transpired in the city of Rome, since I suppose thou hast learned everything, I have decided to remain silent. But as to the purpose for which I have sent these envoys, thou shalt straightway be informed. We demand that thou for thy part take to thyself the advantages which flow from peace, and also grant them to us. These advantages are recalled and exemplified most admirably in the lives of Anastasius and Theodoric, who ruled as kings not long ago and filled their whole reigns with peace and prosperity. And if this same condition should perchance please thee, thou wouldest properly be called my father, and thou wilt also have us thereafter as allies against whomsoever thou mayest wish to use us." When the Emperor Justinian saw this letter thus brought to him, and heard all the words of the envoys, he dismissed them instantly, giving them only this reply, and writing it to Totila, that he had made Belisarius supreme commander in the war, and that he consequently had full power to make such settlement with Totila as he wished. And while these envoys were travelling to Byzantium and returning to Italy, the following events took place in Lucania. Tullianus gathered the rustics of that region and set a guard upon the pass, a very narrow one, which gives access to the district, with the purpose of preventing the enemy from entering to devastate the land of Lucania, and 300 Antae who were helping them to keep guard, men whom John had left there previously, as it happened, at the request of Tullianus, for these barbarians excel all others in their ability to fight on rough ground. When Totila learned this, though he considered it inexpedient to assign Goths to the task, he gathered a multitude of recruits and sent them with a very few Goths, with orders to try with all their strength to force the pass. When these two forces engaged in battle, a violent struggle ensued, each side striving to force the other back. But the Antae, by their valour, and also because the very roughness of the ground was to their advantage, together with the results under Tullianus, turned their opponents to flight, and a great number of them were slaughtered. But when Totila learned this, he decided first to raze Rome to the ground, and then, while leaving most of his army in that neighbourhood, to march with the rest against John and the Lucanians. Accordingly, he tore down the fortifications in many places so that about 1/3 of the defences were destroyed, and he was on the point also of burning the finest and most noteworthy of the buildings and making Rome a sheep pasture. But Belisarius learned of his design and sent envoys with a letter to him. When these envoys came before Totila, they stated why they had come and delivered the letter, which conveyed the following. While the creation of beauty in a city which has not been beautiful before could only proceed from men of wisdom who understand the meaning of civilization, the destruction of beauty which already exists would be naturally expected only of men who lack understanding, and who are not ashamed to leave to posterity this token of their character. Now among all cities under the sun, Rome is agreed to be the greatest, and the most noteworthy. For it has not been created by the ability of one man, nor has it attained such greatness and beauty by a power of short duration, but a multitude of monarchs, many companies of the best men, a great lapse of time, and an extraordinary abundance of wealth have availed to bring together in that city all other things that are in the whole world, and skilled workers besides. Thus little by little they have built the city, such as you behold it, thereby leaving to future generations memorials of the ability of them all, so that insult to these monuments would properly be considered a great crime against the men of all time, for by such actions the men of former generations are robbed of the memorials of their ability, and future generations of the sight of their work. Such then being the facts of the case, be well assured of this, that one of two things must necessarily take place. Either you will be defeated by your emperor in this struggle, or should it fall out, you will triumph over him. Now, in the first place, supposing you are victorious, if you should dismantle Rome, you would not have destroyed the possession of some other man, but your own city, excellent sir. And on the other hand, if you preserve it, you will naturally enrich yourself by a possession of the fairest sort. But if, in the second place, it should perchance fall to your lot to experience the worst fortune in saving Rome, you would be assured of abundant gratitude on the part of the victor, but by destroying the city, you will make it certain that no plea for mercy will any longer be left to you, and in addition to this, you will have reaped no benefit from the deed. Furthermore, a reputation that corresponds with your conduct will be your portion among all men, and it stands waiting for you according as you decide either way. For the quality of the acts of rulers determines of necessity the quality of the repute which they win from their acts. Such was the letter of Belisarius, and Totila, after reading it over many times and coming to realise accurately the significance of the advice, was convinced and did Rome no further harm. So he sent a statement of his decision to Belisarius and immediately dismissed his envoys. And he commanded the main body of the army to make camp not far from Rome at the town of Algedon, which is about 120 stadia distant from the city towards the west, and to remain quietly there, in order that the troops of Belisarius might have no freedom to go anywhere outside Portus. And with the rest of the army he himself marched against John and the Lucanians. As for the Romans, however, he kept the members of the Senate with him, while all the others, together with their wives and children, he sent away, refusing to allow a single soul in Rome, but leaving it entirely deserted. When John learned that Totila was marching against him, he refused to remain longer in Apulia, but went hastily to Dryas. Now these patricians who were being taken into Campania sent certain of their domestics into Lucania, by direction of Totila, and bade their tenants abandon their present machinations, and till the fields as they were accustomed, for the message announced they would have the property of their masters. So they detached themselves from the Roman army and remained quietly on the land, whereupon Tullianus made off in flight, and the 300 Antae decided to follow John in his retreat. In this way the whole territory south of the Ionian Gulf, with the exception of Dryas, became once more the subject of the Goths and Totilia. And the barbarians by this time were filled with confidence and scattering in small bands, beginning to overrun the whole country round about. When John learned this, he sent a numerous force of his men against them, and this force, falling unexpectedly upon the enemy, killed a large number, and Totilia, as a result of this experience, became cautious, and gathered all his troops together in the neighbourhood of Mount Graganon, which rises near the centre of Apulia, and encamping in the fortified enclosure of Hannibal the Libyan, he remained quiet. At this time, one of the men who had fled from Rome with Conon while the city was being captured, he was named Martianus, a Byzantine by birth, came before Belisarius and asked permission to go to the enemy, pretending to be a deserter, and he promised to render the Romans a great service. And since this met with the approval of Belisarius, he went off. Now when Totilia saw him, he was exceedingly pleased, for he heard that the youth had won fame in single combats, and he had also seen him many times. And since the man had 2 children and his wife among the captives, Totilia immediately restored to him his wife and one of the children, but the other he continued to guard as a hostage, and sent Martianus to Spoletum with a few others. Now it so happened that when the Goths captured Spoletum by the surrender of Herodion, they had indeed razed the whole circuit wall of the city to the ground, but they had thoroughly walled up the entrances of the structure in front of the city, which served for the keeping of wild animals, and has come to be called an amphitheatre, and had established in it a garrison both of Goths and of Roman deserters, for the purpose of guarding the country round about. So when Martianus had come to Spoletum, he succeeded in winning the friendship of 15 soldiers, whom he persuaded to return to the Roman army after first accomplishing some great exploit against the barbarians. And he also sent some men to the commander of the garrison in Perusia, bidding him send an army to him at Spoletum with all possible speed, and explaining to him the whole situation. Now the garrison in Perusia was at that time commanded by Odalgan, a Hun, Cyprian having been treacherously removed from the world, as has been stated above, by one of his own bodyguards. And he came himself with an army to Spoletum. Then when Martinianus ascertained that this army was close at hand, he in company with the 15 soldiers suddenly slew the commander of the garrison, and opening the gates received all the Romans into the fortress. And the most of the enemy they slew, but they made some prisoners and brought them before Belisarius. Shortly after this Belisarius conceived the idea of going up to Rome and seeing into what condition it had fallen. So he selected 1,000 of his soldiers, and with them went to the city. A man of Rome went in haste to the enemy who were in camp at Algedon, and reported the presence of Belisarius's army. The barbarians occupied the district in front of Rome, and several ambuscades and When they saw that the force of Belisarius had come close upon them, they rose from their places of ambush and attacked them. Thereupon a fierce battle ensued, in which the Romans by their valour routed the enemy, and after destroying the most of them they withdrew immediately to Portus. Such was the course of events at Rome. There is a city on the coast of Calabria called Tarentum, about 2 days' journey distant from Dryas, on the road from there to Thurii and Rhegium. Thither John came with a few men at the invitation of the Tarentines, having established the rest of his command as a garrison in Dryas. And when he saw that the city was exceedingly large and entirely without defences, he thought that he would be utterly unable to defend the whole of it. But he observed that the sea to the north of the city formed a bay on either side of a very narrow strip of land, where the port of Tarentum is situated, and thus the space between the two bays naturally forms an isthmus, for a distance of not less than 20 stades. So he formed the following plan. He cut off from the rest of the portion which lay on the isthmus, and enclosed it by means of a wall, extending from one bay to the other, and along the wall he dug a deep trench. There he collected not only the Tarentines, but also all the inhabitants of the surrounding country, and he left them a garrison of considerable size. In this way all the Calabrians were now in a secure position, and they consequently purposed the revolt from the Goths. Such was the course of events in this quarter. Totila, for his part, occupied a very strong fortress in Lucania, situated close to the boundaries of Calabria, called Orchorontis by the Romans, and after establishing there a garrison of not less than 400 men, he himself with the rest of his army marched against Ravenna, leaving in Campania some of the barbarians, who were charged with the guarding of Roman prisoners, the members of the Senate being in that place. At that time Belisarius conceived a daring and far-seeing plan, which in the beginning indeed appeared insane to those who first saw and heard of his actions, but its outcome proved to be a splendid achievement of marvellous importance. He sailed forth, leaving behind only a few of his soldiers to keep guard in Portus, and went halves with the rest of the army to Rome, with the intention of trying with all ships' strength to establish himself in possession of the city. And since he was unable in a short time to rebuild all the portions of the wall which Totila had torn down, he did as follows. Gathering stones which lay close by, he threw them one on top of the other, regardless of order, without putting anything at all between the stones, since he had neither lime nor anything else of the sort, but caring only that the face of the masonry should be preserved, and he set a great quantity of stakes on the outside. Now he had previously, as it happened, dug deep trenches around the entire circuit wall, as stated in the previous narrative, and since the whole army carried out this work with unbounded enthusiasm, in 25 days such parts of the fortifications as had been torn down had been finished in this manner. And all the Romans who lived in the neighbourhood gathered in the city, both because of their desire to make their homes in Rome, and also because they had for a time been scantily supplied with provisions, and they found some there. For Belisarius had been able to bring this about by loading a great number of boats with all manner of provisions, and bringing them up to Rome by the river. When Totila heard this, he immediately set his whole army in motion, and marched against Belisarius and Rome, before Belisarius had, as yet, been able to fit the gates to the wall. For it so happened that Totila had destroyed them all, and Belisarius had not up to that time succeeded in having gates built because of the lack of artisans. And when the barbarian army came near the city, they made camp for the moment and bivouacked on the bank of the Tiber, but on the following day at sunrise they advanced, filled with great fury and shouting as they came, to a position before the walls. But Belisarius had selected the most warlike of his soldiers and stationed them in the open gateways, commanding the rest to stand above and ward off the assailants from the wall with all their force. So a fierce battle ensued, for the barbarians on their part at first entertained the hope that they would capture the city at the first shout, but since the attempt proved difficult and the Romans offered a most vigorous resistance, they gave way to rage and began to press upon the foe, their fury inspiring them to daring beyond their strength. The Romans meanwhile resisted with unexpected determination, the danger naturally arousing them to bravery. Consequently, a great slaughter of the barbarians took place, and both armies were becoming very weary and distressed, and the battle, which had begun in the morning, ended at night. Thereupon the barbarians repaired to their camps and passed the night there, caring for their wounded. As for the Romans, some were keeping guard on the wall, and others, who were the men most conspicuous of all for their bravery, were guarding the open gateways in relays, having placed triboli in great numbers in front of them so that the enemy might not make a surprise attack upon them. Now these triboli are of the following sort. 4 spikes of equal length are fastened together at the butts in such a manner that their points form the outline of a triangle on every side. These they throw at random upon the ground, and because of their form, 3 of the spikes all plant themselves very firmly upon the ground, while the remaining one stands up alone and always proves an obstacle for both men and horses. And as often as anybody rolls over one of these triboli, the spike, which hitherto has chanced to stand up straight in the air, becomes planted on the ground, but another one takes its place above, as an obstacle to those who wish to advance in the attack. Such are the triboli. So both sides bivouacked thus after the battle. On the following day, Totila decided to storm the wall again with his whole army, and the Romans proceeded to ward them off in the manner described, and gaining the upper hand in the engagement, they plucked up courage to make a sally against their enemy. And as the barbarians retreated, some of the Romans in pursuing them went a considerable distance from their fortifications. These barbarians were on the point of surrounding so that they might be unable to return to the city. But Belisarius, noting what was taking place, sent a large number of his men to that point, and thus succeeded in rescuing the force. After being repulsed in this way, the barbarians withdrew, having lost many of their able fighting men, and bringing with them a great number of wounded to their camp. There they remained quiet, caring for their wounds, and attending to their arms, many of which had now been destroyed, and putting everything else in readiness. Many days later they again advanced against the wall with the purpose of storming it, but the Romans came out to meet them and joined battle. And by some chance the man who was bearing the standard of Totila received a mortal wound, and not only fell from his horse, but also threw the standard to the ground. Whereupon those of the Romans who were fighting at the front made a rush with the intention of seizing the standard and the corpse. But the most courageous of the barbarians got there first, seized the standard, and also cut off the left hand of the corpse and took it with them. For the fallen man was wearing upon this hand a notable bracelet of gold, over which they were quite unwilling that their opponents should exult, and they sought thus to avoid the disgrace which its loss would involve. Then the barbarian army was turned to retreat in complete disorder, while the Romans despoiled what was left of the corpse, and in pursuing the enemy to a great distance killed many of them, and then returned to the city without the slightest loss. Then all the notable Goths came to Totila and inveighed against him, and reproached him mercilessly for his lack of wisdom. After capturing Rome, they said, he had neither levelled the whole city to the ground so that it might be no longer possible for the enemy to take possession of it, nor had he himself held it, but that which they had accomplished by a great expenditure of both labour and time, this he himself had undone in an altogether unreasonable manner. Thus it is by nature inbred in man to accommodate their judgments in every case to the outcome of events, and to allow their minds to be dominated by the current of fortune, and to make their changes of opinion instant as a result of this. It was indeed for this reason that, while Totila was succeeding in his undertakings, the Goths had reverenced him equally with God, calling him an unvanquished and invincible leader, at the time when he allowed them to destroy only a portion of the defences of captured cities. But when he met with the reverse above mentioned, they did not feel it improper to inveigh against him, unmindful of what they had recently said about him, and going contrary to these declarations without the least hesitation. But these errors of judgment and others like them must inevitably be constantly committed by men, since they are due to human nature. So Totila and his barbarians broke up the siege and went to the city of Tiber, having torn down practically all the bridges over the Tiber, that it might not be easy for the Romans to make an attack upon them. One bridge, however, which bears the name of Mulvius, they were quite unable to destroy, since it was very close to the city, and they decided to rebuild the fortress in Tiber with all their might, for they had dismantled it previously, and they deposited there all their possessions and remained quiet. As for Belisarius, having now less cause for fear, he fitted gates to the circuit wall of Rome on every side, bound them with iron, and once more sent the keys to the emperor. And winter drew to a close, and the 12th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. Long before this, Totila had, as it happened, sent an army against Perusia, and they had encamped about the circuit wall of the city, and were maintaining a close siege of the Romans there. And since they perceived that the city was scantily supplied with provisions, they sent to Totila and begged him to come there with his whole army, thinking that they would thus capture Perusia and the Romans in it with less difficulty and labour. Now, Totila saw that the barbarians were not very eager to carry out his orders, and so he desired to deliver an exhortation to them. With this view, he called them all together and spoke as follows. I have observed, fellow soldiers, that you hold towards me an unjustified anger, and at the same time that you bitterly resent that adversity of fortune which has befallen us. For this reason I have decided to bring you together on the present occasion, in order that I may be able to remove from your minds an impression which is absolutely wrong, and bring you back to a better judgment, and also that you may appear neither to show me an ingratitude which ill befits you, nor to be led by base motives to assume a thankless attitude towards the deity. For it is the very nature of human affairs that failure must come at times, and when any man, forgetting that he is human, shows himself rebellious against that which befalls him, he will himself naturally acquire a reputation for stupidity, yet in no wise escape the necessity which fate has laid upon him. Now I wish to remind you of previous events, not so much in order to absolve myself from the blame for what has happened, as to demonstrate that this may with more justice be laid upon yourselves. For when Vitiges was entering upon this war at the very beginning, he did indeed tear down the walls of the coast towns Fornum and Pisorum, but Rome and other cities of Italy without exception he exempted, not damaging them in the least. Consequently, while no trouble has come to the Goths from Farnum and Pisorum, it was because of the circuit walls of Rome and other fortified places that trouble came to the Goths and Vitiges after the manner that is well known to you. Accordingly, when I accepted the royal power offered by you, I formed the reasonable purpose of emulating those deeds, which had come to be regarded as better for us, rather than to damage our cause by doing those things which had harmed us. For while men do not seem to differ greatly from one another as far as nature is concerned, still some have had the advantage of experience, which, like a teacher, makes him who has learned her lesson superior in every respect to those who have not received such instruction. Accordingly, when we captured Beneventum, we razed its walls and straightway captured the other towns, whose circuit walls we decided to raze in the same way, in order that the enemy's army might not be able, by having any strong base, to carry on the war by stratagem, but should at once be compelled to come down to the plain and engage with us there. So while the enemy for their part were in flight, I was giving orders to raze such of the cities as were captured, and you, marvelling at my good judgment, aided and abetted this decision, and so, it would seem, made my actions your own. But now you have reversed your position, my dear Goths, simply because it has come about that Belisarius, by adopting a course of unreasonable daring, has unexpectedly attained the object for which he strove, and in consequence of this you have come to be astounded at the man as a marvel of courage. For men of daring are called courageous more readily than men of foresight are called safe. And the reason is that while he who displays daring beyond the established bounds of conduct is honoured with the name and fame of a strenuous man, he who refrains from danger with careful judgment and meets with ill success draws upon him the responsibility for what happens, and even if he achieves the success that he planned, he is still seen, to foolish men at any rate, to have accomplished nothing by himself. And apart from this, you do not consider that you are angry with me for the things which in reality cause you resentment just now. Or do you really believe that Belisarius has won a glorious success against you, you who, though reduced to the condition of prisoners of war and runaway slaves, took up arms under me as your general and have proved yourselves able many a time to overcome him in battle? And yet, if it was through my merit that you succeeded in accomplishing such things, out of respect for that merit, you ought to be silent, remembering in the hour of men's reverses that nothing can remain fixed, and if, on the other hand, it was some fortune which bestowed that victory upon you, it will profit you more to show reverence towards her rather than vexation, so that you may not be compelled through failure to learn the true meaning of her favour. Indeed, how could it fail to appear inconsistent with a well-tempered spirit that men who have achieved for themselves many great successes not long ago, and have now met with a slight reverse, should allow their pride to be thus humbled? For such an attitude means purely and simply this, that you obstinately refuse to acknowledge that you are human. For never to make mistakes could be predicted only of God. Consequently, I say, you must abandon this attitude and with all enthusiasm grapple with the enemy in Perusia. For if you prove able to capture them, fortune will again smile upon you. For while that which has happened could never be undone by all eternity, still, when fresh successes fall to the lot of those who have met with reverse, it comes about that the memory of evil days is made lighter, and you will achieve the mastery of Perusia without any trouble, for Cyprian, who was commander of the Romans there, has been put out of the way by fortune, coupled with our planning and an ungoverned multitude, particularly when scantily supplied with the necessities of life, is quite incapable of offering a brave resistance, nor indeed will anyone harm us from the rear, for not only have I seen fit to destroy the bridges over the river, with this purpose, that we might suffer no loss from unexpected assaults, but it is also true that Belisarius and John are regarding each other with suspicion, a fact which can be seen from previous events, for the conflict of men's judgments with one another is clearly detected by their actions. This indeed is the reason why they have not even been able to join forces with each other up to this time. for their mutual suspicion disconcerts each of them, and those who admit this feeling are bound to harbour envy and hostility besides. And when these passions assault men, no needful thing can be done. After this speech, Totila led forth his army against Perusia, and upon their arrival at the city, they made camps hard by the circuit wall and established themselves for a siege. While these events were taking place in the manner described, John was meanwhile besieging the fortress of Archarontis, and since he was not making any progress, he conceived a daring plan which not only effected the rescue of the Roman Senate, but also caused him to win for himself an extraordinarily great renown among all men. For upon hearing that Totila and the Gothic army were engaged in assaulting the fortifications of Rome, he chose out the most illustrious of his horsemen, and, without announcing his plan to anyone at all, he rode with them into Campania, for Totila had, as it happened, left the members of the Senate there, resting neither day nor night, in order that by making an unexpected attack he might be able to seize and rescue the senators, seeing that the towns there were entirely without defences. Now it so happened that Totila at that very time began to be alarmed lest some of the enemy should, as in fact they did, come with the intention of striking a blow to rescue the prisoners, and he had accordingly sent an army of cavalry to Campania. Now when this force reached the city of Minturnae, it was decided that the better course for them was for the main body to remain quietly there and care for the horses, for they had become greatly fatigued on the journey, while they sent a few scouts to investigate the situation at Capua and the adjoining towns. Now, the distance between the two places is not more than 300 stades. They accordingly sent forward as scouts 400 men whose horses were unwearied and whose strength was still unimpaired. And it so fell out by some chance that on that very day, at the same time, both John and his army and these same 400 barbarians reached Capua, neither having heard anything previously of their opponents. Thereupon a fierce battle ensued on the spur of the moment, for no sooner did they see each other than they began fighting, but the Romans won a decisive victory and killed most of the enemy immediately. Only a few of the barbarians were able to escape, and these reached Minturnae in a rapid flight. But when the others saw these men, some dripping with blood and others refusing to speak a word or give any account of what had happened, but still persisting in their retreat and openly displaying the terror which was in them, they leapt upon their horses and immediately joined in the flight. And when they came before Totila, they reported that there was an innumerable host of the enemy, seeking in this way to remove the shame of their flight. Now it so happened that not less than 70 Roman soldiers of those who had previously deserted to the Goths were on their way into the towns of Campania, and these men decided to go over to John, and John found there only a few of the members of the Senate, but practically all of their wives. For during the capture of Rome, many of the men followed the soldiers in flight and reached Portus, but the women were all captured. Clementinus, however, a patrician, took refuge in one of the sanctuaries there, and refused absolutely to follow the Roman army, for he had previously handed over to Totila and the Goths a stronghold which is close to Naples, and in all probability dreaded the wrath of the emperor for this reason. On the other hand, Orostes, who had been consul of the Romans, though he chanced to be near at hand, was obliged to remain together against his will, owing to a scarcity of horses. And on the other hand, Orostes, who had been consul of the Romans, though he chanced to be near at hand, was obliged to remain, although against his will, owing to a scarcity of horses. John then immediately sent to Sicily the members of the Senate together with the 70 soldiers who had come over to him. Totila, upon hearing this, was sorely grieved, and eagerly sought an opportunity to inflict vengeance upon John for this deed. With this in view, he marched against him with the main body of the army, leaving a small part of his troops behind in order to keep guard. Now it so happened that John and his men, 1,000 in number, had made camp in Lucania, having previously sent out scouts who were watching all the roads closely and keeping guard so that no hostile army should approach to do them harm. But Totila had in mind that such would be the case, believing it impossible that John's force should settle in their camp without sending out scouts, and so he abandoned the customary roads and marched against them through the mountains, many of which in that region are precipitous and rise to a very great height, a feat which no one would have been able to suspect, for these mountains are considered, in fact, impassable. Meanwhile, the men thus sent out as scouts by John did indeed observe that a hostile army had got into that region, but they secured no definite information about it. However, they feared what actually did take place, and so they too marched towards the Roman camp. And it turned out that they arrived there at night, together with the barbarians, but Totila, being now overmastered by violent passion, and not weighing the consequences with careful judgment, reaped the fruits of his fatuous fury. For though he had under him an army 10 times as large as that of his opponents, and though it was plain to be seen that for a stronger army it was of course advantageous to fight the decisive battle in broad daylight, and he should rather have engaged with his enemy at dawn in order that they might not be able to escape in the darkness, still he did not observe this precaution at all, for in fact he could have stretched a cordon about his opponents and immediately captured every man of them as in a net, but instead he gave way to his anger and fell upon the hostile army at an advanced hour of night, and although not one of them thought of offering the least resistance, since the most were in fact still sleeping, nonetheless the Goths did not find themselves able to slay many, but they got up, and the majority, thanks to the darkness, succeeded in slipping away. And once outside the camp they ran up into the mountains, many of which rise close by, and thus were saved. Among these was John himself, and Arufus, the leader of the Aruli. Of the Romans about 100 perished. Now there had been with John a certain Gelasius of the Armenian race, commander of a small force of Armenians. This Gelasius did not know how to speak either Greek or Latin or Gothic or any other language except Armenian alone. When some of the Goths happened upon this man, they inquired who he might be, for they were quite averse to killing every man who came in their way, lest they be compelled to destroy each other in fighting at night, as might easily happen. But he was able to make them no answer, except indeed that he was Gelasius, a general, for his title, which he had received from the emperor, he had heard many times, and so had been able to learn it by heart. The barbarians accordingly, perceiving by this that he was an enemy, made him a prisoner for the moment, but not long afterwards put the man to death. So John and Arufus fled with their followers as far as they could go and made for Dryas, which they reached on the run, and the Goths plundered the Roman camp and then retired. Thus were the armies in Italy engaged. And the Emperor Justinian decided to send another army against the Goths and Totila, being led to do this by the dispatches of Belisarius, who kept urging him to take this action, having indicated many times the situation in which the Romans found themselves. Accordingly, he first sent Procopius, the son of Perennius, and Sergius, the nephew of Solomon, with a few men. And they arrived in Italy and immediately united with the rest of the army. Later on he sent Verus with 300 Aruli, and Varazes, an Armenian by birth, with 800 Armenians, and he recalled from his post Valerian, the general of Armenia, and ordered him to go to Italy with his attendant spearmen and guards, who numbered more than 1,000. Now Verus was the first to put in at Dryas, and he left his ships there, being quite unwilling to remain in that place where John's army was, and went forward on horseback with his command. for this man was not of a serious temper, but was utterly addicted to the disease of drunkenness, and consequently he was always possessed by a spirit of reckless daring. And when they had come close to the city of Brundisium, they made camp and remained there. For when Totila learned this, he said, Verus has one of two things, either a powerful army or a very silly head. Let us then proceed against him instantly, that either we may make trial of the man's army, or he may realise his own silliness. So Totila with these words marched against him with a numerous army, and the Aruli, spying the enemy already at hand, took refuge in a wood which was close by. And the enemy surrounded them and killed more than 200, and were about to lay hands on Verus himself, and the rest of the force who were hiding among the thorn bushes. But fortune came to their aid, and saved them unexpectedly. For the ships in which Verases and the Armenians under him were sailing suddenly put in at the shore. Now when Totila saw this, supposing the hostile army to be more numerous than it really was, he immediately set out and marched away from there, while Verres and his men were glad to reach their ships on the run. And Verases decided to sail no further, but proceeded with them to Tarentum, whither John, the nephew of Vitellion, also not long afterwards came with his whole army. Such was the course of these events. Now the emperor wrote to Belisarius that he had sent him a numerous army with which he should unite in Calabria and so engage with the enemy, and in fact Valerian had already come close to the Ionian Gulf, but he thought that, for the present at any rate, it was inexpedient for him to ferry across. For at that season of the year, he reasoned, provisions would not be sufficient for men and horses, since it was near the winter solstice. But he did send 300 of his men to John with the promise that after spending the winter there he would also come himself at the beginning of spring. Belisarius accordingly, upon reading the emperor's letter, selected 900 men distinguished for valour, 700 horsemen, and 200 foot soldiers, and leaving all the rest to guard that district, and appointing Conon commander over them, he immediately set sail for Sicily. And from there he again put out to sea, purposing to sail to the harbour of Tarentum. And as he sailed by, he had on his left the place called Scylium, at which the poets say that Scylla once lived, not because there really existed there the woman in the form of a beast, as they say, but rather because a certain fish, formerly called Scylax, and now Cinscus, has been found in great abundance in this part of the strait from ancient times even down to my day. For names in the beginning are always appropriate to the things they describe, but rumour, carrying these names to other peoples, engenders their certain false opinions through ignorance of the facts, and as time goes on with this process it immediately becomes a powerful builder, as it were, of the story, and allies itself with the poets, presumably because of the license of their art, as witness of things that never happened. Thus, for example, the natives of the island of Cercera have from ancient times called one headland of the island Dog's Head, the one towards the east, but others, because of this name, will have it that the people there are a kind of dog-headed folk. Indeed, they even call some of the Pisidians wolf skulls, not because they have the heads of wolves, but because the mountain which rises there has received the name Wolf Helmet. Now, as for these matters, let each one both think and speak as he wishes, but I shall return to the point from which I have strayed. So Belisarius was making haste to go straight to Tarentum. Now the shore there has approximately the form of a crescent, where the coast recedes and the sea advances in a gulf, as it were, far up into the land. But the distance as one sails along this whole coast extends to 1,000 stades, and on either side of this opening of the gulf stands two cities, the one towards the west being Croton, and the one to the east Tarentum, and at the middle of this shore is the city of Furae. But Belisarius was hindered by a storm and forced from his course by a violent wind and a high sea, which would not permit his ships to make any progress at all. He therefore put in at the harbour of Croton. And since he neither found any fortress there nor any place from which provisions could be brought in for the soldiers, Belisarius himself together with his wife remained there with the infantry in order that from there he might be brought back to summon and organise John's army. But he ordered all the horsemen to go ahead and make camp at the passes leading into the country, placing in command of them Phases the Iberian, and the guardsman Barbation. For in this way he thought that they could secure all necessary supplies for their horses and themselves very easily, and would probably too be able in a narrow pass to repulse the enemy. For the mountains of Lucania extend as far as Bruttium, and standing as they do close to one another, they form there only two passes, which are exceedingly narrow, one of which has received the name Rock of Blood in the Latin tongue, while the natives are accustomed to call the other Luvula. Not far from these passes, on the coast, is Rusciane, the naval harbour of Furiae, while above it, at a distance of about 60 stades, is a very strong fortress built by the ancient Romans. This fortress had been occupied by John much earlier, and he had established a considerable garrison in it. Now the soldiers of Belisarius, upon reaching this district, chanced upon a hostile army, which Totila had sent for the purpose of making an attempt on the fortress there, and they engaged with them immediately, and by their valour routed them without any difficulty, although they were far outnumbered, and they slew more than 200. Those who were left took to flight, and when they came before Totila, reported everything that had befallen them. As for the Romans, they made camp and remained there, but since they were without proper commanders, and had won a victory, they began to conduct themselves in a rather careless manner. For they neither stayed quietly gathered in one place, nor did they take up positions near the pass and guard the approaches, but, becoming negligent, they were sleeping at night in encampments very far removed from one another, and during the day they would go about searching for provisions, neither sending any men out as scouts, nor taking any other measures for security. Totila consequently, upon learning everything, selected 3,000 horsemen from his whole army, and went against the enemy, and falling upon them unexpectedly, not drawn up in battle formation, but going about in the manner described, he threw them all into consternation and complete disorder. At this moment, Phases, who happened to be camping nearby, encountered the enemy and made a display of valorous deeds, and he did indeed thus make himself the cause of the escape of a few men, but he himself perished together with all of his men. This misfortune fell heavily upon the Romans, because they all pinned their hopes on this detachment as an unusually efficient fighting force. Now, as many as succeeded in fleeing saved themselves in such manner as each found possible, and Barbation, the guardsman of Belisarius, fled with 2 others as hard as he could, and was the first to reach Croton. There he reported how matters stood at the moment, and added that he thought the barbarians too would be at hand right speedily. And Belisarius, upon hearing this, was sorely grieved, and rushed on board the ships. So they set sail from there, and since a wind was blowing, they succeeded that day in reaching Messana in Sicily, which is 700 stades from Croton, being situated opposite to Rhegium. At about this same time, an army of Sclaveni crossed the river Ista, and spread desolation throughout the whole of Illyricum as far as Epidamnus, killing or enslaving all who came in their way, young and old alike, and plundering their property. And they had already succeeded in capturing numerous strongholds of that region, which were then quite undefended, but which previously had been reputed to be strong places, and they continued to roam about searching out everything at their own pleasure. and the commanders of the Illyrians kept following them with an army of 15,000 men, without, however, having the courage to get close to the enemy. At that time also, earthquakes of extraordinary severity occurred many times during the winter season, both in Byzantium and in other places, always at night, and the inhabitants of these cities, supposing that they would be overwhelmed, fell into great fear, yet no harm befell them as a result of the earthquakes. Then it was too that the river Nile rose above 18 cubits and flooded all Egypt with water, and yet, in the region of Thebes, which is higher upstream, the waters settled and receded at the appointed time, and gave opportunity to the inhabitants of that district both to sow the land and to attend to the other tasks just as they were accustomed to. But as for the country below, after the water had first covered the surface, it did not recede, but remained in the way throughout the time of sowing, a thing which had never happened before in all time, and there were places where the water, even after receding, flowed in again not long afterwards. Thus it came about that all the seeds, such as had been put into the ground in the interval, rotted. And by this strange occurrence the people were reduced to dire straits, while most of the animals died through lack of sustenance. It was at this time also that the whale, which the Byzantines call Porphyrius, was caught. This whale had been annoying Byzantium and the towns about it for 50 years, not continuously, however, but disappearing sometimes for a rather long interval, and it sank many boats and terrified the passengers of many others, driving them from their course and carrying them off to great distances. It had consequently become a matter of concern to the Emperor Justinian to capture this creature, but he was unable by any device to accomplish his purpose. But I shall explain how it came to be captured in the present instance. It happened that while a deep calm prevailed over the sea, a very large number of dolphins gathered close to the mouth of the Euxine Sea, and suddenly they saw the whale, and fled wherever each one could, but the most of them came in near the mouth of Sangarius. Meanwhile, the whale succeeded in capturing some of them, which he swallowed forthwith, and then either still impelled by hunger or by a contentious spirit, it continued the pursuit no less than before, until, without noticing it, it had itself come very close to the land. There it ran upon some very deep mud, and though it struggled and exerted itself to the utmost to get out of it as quickly as possible, it still was utterly unable to escape from this shoal, but sank still deeper into the mud. Now, when this was reported among all the people who dwelt round about, they straightway rushed upon the whale, and though they hacked at it most persistently with axes on all sides, even so they did not kill it, but they dragged it up with some heavy ropes, and they placed it on wagons, and found its length to be about 30 cubits, and breadth 10. Then, after forming several groups and dividing it accordingly, some ate the flesh immediately, while others decided to cure the portion which fell to them. Now the Byzantines, observing the earthquakes and learning the circumstances of the Nile's rise and the capture of the whale, began straightway to prophesy that such and such things would take place according to the taste of each. For men are wont, when present events baffle them, to utter awesome prophecies of the future, and distracted by occurrences which trouble them, to infer with no good reason what the future will bring forth. But as for me, I shall leave to others prophecies and explanations of marvels. Still, I know well that the lingering of the Nile on the fields did prove a cause of great calamities at that time, at any rate, while the disappearance of the whale, on the other hand, unquestionably provided an escape from many troubles. However, some say that it was not the same whale that I mentioned, but another one that was captured. But I shall return to the point where I made the digression from my narrative. Totila, after accomplishing what has been recounted, learning that the Romans in the fortress near Rusciane were beginning to feel the want of provisions, thought that he would capture them very quickly if they should be unable to bring in any supplies, so he made camp close to the town and settled down for a siege, and the winter drew to a close and the 13th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written. The Emperor Justinian now sent not less than 2,000 infantry by sea to Sicily, and ordered Valerian to join Belisarius without any delay. He accordingly crossed the sea and put in at Dryas, where he found Belisarius together with his wife. At about that time, Antonina, the wife of Belisarius, set off for Byzantium, intending to beg the Empress to make larger provisions for carrying on the war. But the Empress Theodora had fallen sick and passed from the world, having lived as queen 21 years and 3 months. Meanwhile, the Romans, who were being held under siege in the fortress near Rusciane, hard-pressed as they were by the lack of necessary supplies, opened negotiations with the enemy and agreed that precisely at the middle of the summer season they would hand over the fortress, unless some relief came to them in the interval, on condition, however, that they should all remain free from harm. Now, there were in this fortress many notables of the Italians, among whom was Deferon, the brother of Tullianus, while the Roman army was represented by 300 Illyrian horsemen whom John had stationed in that place, appointing as commanders over them Chalazar, the guardsman, a Massagati by birth, and an especially able warrior, and Gudilas, the Thracian, and there were also 100 infantry sent by Belisarius to guard the fortress. At that time also the soldiers who had been detailed by Belisarius for the garrison of Rome killed their commander Conon, bringing against him the charge of trafficking in grain and the other provisions to their detriment. And they sent some of the priests as envoys, firmly declaring that if the emperor did not exonerate them from guilt for this deed, and remit to them within a specified time the back payment which the state owed them, they would without the slightest hesitation go over to Totilia and the Goths, and the emperor fulfilled their request. Belisarius now summoned John to Dryas, and together with him and Valerian and other commanders, he gathered a great fleet and sailed straight for Rusciane with all speed, being intent upon bringing relief to the besieged. Those in the fortress, seeing this fleet from their elevated position, revived their hopes, and now decided not to yield to the enemy, although the day upon which they had agreed was already close at hand. First, then, a terrific storm came on, and for this reason, and also because the coast there is altogether without harbours, the ships came to be scattered far apart from one another. Thus it came about that considerable time was wasted, and when they had been collected in the harbour of Croton, they put out a second time for Rusciane. But when the barbarians saw them, they leapt upon their horses and came down to the beach, intending to prevent the disembarkation of their enemy, and Totilia placed them for a great distance along the shore, face to face with the prows of the ships, some with spears, and some with bows ready to shoot. This enemy struck terror to the hearts of the Romans when they saw it, and they had not the courage to come close, but they first stopped their ships at a great distance and remained quiet for some time, and then, giving up the landing in despair, they all backed off and put to sea and sailed once more into the harbour of Croton. Then, after taking counsel together, they decided that it was better that Belisarius should proceed to Rome and there set matters in order as well as possible, and bring in provisions, while John and Valerian should first disembark the men and horses on the shore, and then march overland into Picenum, in order to throw into confusion those of the barbarians who were besieging the strongholds in that region, for they entertained the hope that Totilia would be led by such moves to abandon the siege and follow them. Accordingly, John, for his part, accompanied by his troops, 1,000 in number, carried out this plan, but Valerian, fearing the danger, went around through the Ionian Gulf with the ships and sailed straight for Ancon, for he thought that he could in this way reach Picenum with safety and unite with John. But even so, Totila was unwilling to abandon the siege, but while he himself remained settled there, he selected 2,000 horsemen from the army and sent them into Picenum in order to unite with the barbarians there and throw back the forces of John and Valerian. The Romans who were besieged in the fortress at Rusciane, seeing that their provisions had now completely failed them, and that they had no further hope of assistance from the Romans, sent Gardilias the guardsman and Deferon the Italian to Totila, and opened negotiations concerning their safety, begging him to pardon them for their deeds. And Totila promised that he would inflict punishment upon no one except Chalazar, seeing that he had disregarded the previous agreement, but he would remit the charge against all the others. On such terms he in person took over the fortress, and he cut off both the hands of Chalazar and his private parts, and then killed him immediately. As for the soldiers, he ordered those who wished to do so to remain, keeping their own possessions, on condition that they array themselves thereafter with the Goths on terms of complete equality. Indeed, this was the same procedure which he had regularly followed when the other strongholds were captured. Those, on the other hand, who were not at all satisfied to remain, he commanded to depart, and go without equipment wherever they pleased, in order that no man in the world might march unwillingly under his standard. Thus, while 80 of the Roman army abandoned their possessions and came to Croton, the rest remained where they were, with their possessions. The Italians, however, he deprived of all their property, though he left their persons utterly unharmed. When Antonina, the wife of Belisarius, reached Byzantium after the decease of the empress, she begged the emperor to summon her husband thither. This she accomplished very readily, for the Persian war was now pressing the Emperor Justinian to the utmost, and influenced him to this decision. At this time certain men formed a plot to assail the Emperor Justinian, and I shall now set forth how these men came to undertake this plot, and the manner in which they were frustrated, and never came to the accomplishment of their purpose. Artabanes, after slaying the tyrant Gontharis, as told in the preceding narrative, conceived an immoderate desire to take to wife the emperor's niece, Priecta, who was betrothed to him. Now she too desired this very ardently, not that she was led to this by any love for the man, but because she acknowledged a heavy debt of gratitude to him, seeing that he had not only avenged the murder of her husband Ariobindus, but had also rescued and snatched her from peril, when she was a captive, and destined after no long time to become the unwilling consort of the tyrant Gontharis. Since them both wanted this, Artabanes sent Priecta to the emperor, while he himself, though appointed to the post of general of all Libya, invented sundry untruthful pretexts to induce the emperor to summon him to Byzantium, for he was led on to do this by the hope of this marriage, which suggested to him many blessings that would follow from the union, and, in particular, that he would thereafter not be far from the throne. For when men lay hold upon prosperity unexpectedly, their minds cannot remain stable, but in their hopes they ever keep going forward, until they are deprived even of the felicity that has been undeservedly theirs. However, the emperor fulfilled his request and summoned Artabanes to Byzantium, while he appointed in his place another general of Libya, as has been related above. Now when Artabanes reached Byzantium, the common people admired him for his achievements, and loved him for his other qualities, for he was both tall of stature and handsome, of a noble character, and little given to speech. And the emperor had honoured him in a very unusual manner, for he had appointed him general of the troops in Byzantium and commander of the Federati, as well as clothing him with the dignity of a consul. But as for Praecta, Artabanes was quite unable to marry her, for he had already a wife who was a relative of his and had been married to him from childhood. This wife he had for his part repudiated long before, doubtless because one of those causes had developed such as lead to the estrangement of man and wife. She, for her part, as long as the affairs of Artabanes were not prosperous, had remained at home without causing any trouble, bearing her lot in silence. But when Artabanes had now become illustrious by his deeds and great by his good fortune, the woman could no longer bear her dishonour, and came to Byzantium. There, making herself a supplicant of the empress, she demanded the right to take back her husband, whereupon the empress, whose nature always led her to assist unfortunate women, decided to force Artabanes to accept her as his wife, although he rebelled violently, while John, the son of Pompeius and nephew of Hypatia, made Praecta his wedded wife. This calamity Artabanes did not bear lightly, but he became furious, and said that one who had served the Romans so well was now refused permission to lead in marriage the woman to whom he was betrothed, and who shared with him a common desire to consummate the marriage, but he was on the contrary compelled for ever to share the couch of the one woman in the world most hateful to him, a situation which is bound inevitably to harass a man's soul. Consequently, a little later, as soon as the empress had passed from this world, he, without further ado, promptly and joyfully sent this wife away. Now it happened that Germanus, who was nephew to the emperor, had a brother named Barides. This Barides, then, brother of Germanus, had recently died, leaving the most of his property to his brother and nephews, and though he had a wife and one daughter, he directed that the daughter should have only as much as the law required. Because of this, the emperor chose to champion the daughter's cause, an act which irritated Germanus exceedingly. Such then were the relations of the emperor to Artabanes and to Germanus. There was also a certain Arsaces in Byzantium, an Armenian by birth, and one of the Arsacidae, related to Artabanes by blood. This man had been detected not long before this in an attempt to harm the state, and he had been clearly convicted of treason, since he was negotiating with Chosroes, the Persian king, to stir up trouble for the Romans, but the emperor did him no further harm than to beat his back with not many blows, and parade him through the city mounted on a camel. However, he did him no injury in either his person or his property beyond this, nor did he even penalise him by exile. But Arsaces was nevertheless incensed at what had taken place, and began to devise treacherous plans against both Justinian and the state. And when he saw that Artabanes, as his kinsman, was sharing his vexation, he began to stir him up still more, and, gaining the man's attention by crafty speeches, he ceased not day nor night to upbraid him, rebuking him for having been both courageous and faint-hearted out of season. For he had on the one hand given proof of his nobility of spirit in his attitude towards the misfortunes of others, in that he had put an end to tyranny. Indeed, though Gontharis was his friend and his host, he had laid hold of him with his own hands, and slain him under no compulsion whatsoever. But at the present juncture, he said, he was utterly cowed, and he continued to sit there without a spark of manhood, though his fatherland was kept under strictest guard, and exhausted by unwanted taxes. His father had been slain on the pretext of a treaty and covenant, and his whole family had been enslaved and was kept scattered to every corner of the Roman Empire, but in spite of these facts, Artabanes thought it sufficient for him to be a general of the Romans and merely bear the name of consul. "And you," he said, "do not share my sorrow in the least, though I am your kinsman and have suffered outrageous treatment, while I, for my part, pity you, my dear fellow, for the fortune you have suffered in the case of both of these women, not only the one you have been cheated of wrongfully, but also the other, with whom you have been compelled to live. And yet it ill becomes anyone who has even a little spirit in him to refuse to undertake the murder of Justinian, nor should he hesitate nor entertain any fear. A man who always sits unguarded in some lobby to a late hour of the night, eagerly unrolling the Christian scriptures in the company of priests who are at the extremity of old age. Furthermore," he continued, "not one of the kinsmen of Justinian will oppose you. Indeed, the most powerful of them all, Germanus, will, I believe, assist you with all of his heart, and his sons as well, seeing that they are young men and consequently boiling with fury against him, and I am in hope that these men will actually carry through the enterprise of their own accord, for they have already suffered injustice at his hands such as neither we nor anyone else among the Armenians has suffered. By such speeches Arsaces ever sought to cast a spell over Artabanes, and as soon as ever he saw him beginning to yield, he carried the matter to another Armenian, Chiranges by name. Now this Chiranges was a young man who, though comely of person, was not a man of serious character, but childish to an extraordinary degree. So when Arsaces had brought him and Artabanes into mutual agreement, both in their thinking and in their speaking, he departed, promising to make Germanus and his sons of the same mind with them in regard to the undertaking. Now Justinus, the elder of the sons of Germanus, was a youth wearing his first beard, but an energetic fellow, and unusually keen in action. Indeed, as a result of these qualities, he had actually risen to the dignity of the consular chair not long before. Accordingly, Arsaces approached him and said that he wished to speak with him secretly in some sanctuary. When they had both entered the church, Arsaces first required Justinus to affirm an oath that he would never report their conversation to any man in the whole world except his father alone. And after the man had sworn to this effect, he took him to task because, on the one hand, he, a very close relative of the emperor, saw other men holding the offices of the state, common plebeian fellows with no claim to such distinction, while he himself, on the other hand, though he was now of such age that he was entitled to manage his own affairs, paid no heed to the fact that not only he himself, but also his father, and that too in spite of his high achievements, and his brother Justinian had to sit forever in the place of private citizens. Nay, more, he was not even allowed to enter into the property of his uncle, to which he and no other had been heir, as far as concerned the purpose of Barides, but the greater part of it had been unjustly wrested from him. Still, it was probable that they would be still further humiliated forthwith as soon as Belisarius should arrive from Italy, for he was reported to be already somewhere in the heart of Illyricum. After such an introduction, Arsaces sought to compel the youth to take part in the plot against the emperor, disclosing to him the agreement reached between himself, Artabanes, and Chiranges in regard to this business. Upon hearing this, Justinus was greatly agitated and his head swam, but he told Arsaces flatly that neither he himself nor his father Germanus could ever do these things. Then, while Arsaces reported to Artabanes what had happened, Justinus referred the whole matter to his father. He thereupon conferred with Marcellus, the commander of the palace guards, and they took the question under consideration whether it was advisable to report this matter to the emperor. Now this Marcellus was a man of very great dignity who observed silence in most matters, neither doing anything for the sake of money, nor tolerating buffoonery in word nor deed, nor taking any pleasure in other forms of relaxation, but always living a kind of austere life, to which pleasure was strange. but at the same time he was scrupulous in his observance of justice and a most ardent lover of truth, so he naturally would not on that occasion allow the report to be carried to the emperor. For as for you, he said, it is inexpedient that you should carry information of this thing, for if you should wish to say anything to the emperor in secret, Artabanes and his friends will straightway become suspicious that the matter has been denounced, and if perchance Arsaces is able to escape unnoticed, the charge will remain unproven. And I, on the other hand, am not at all accustomed either to believe myself, or to report to the emperor, anything which I have not thoroughly verified. It is my desire, consequently, either that I hear the words with my own ears, or that one of my intimates, by your contriving, hear the man say something unmistakably clear about these matters. When Germanus heard this, he bade his son Justinus arrange that the requirements of Marcellus should be carried out. He, however, was no longer able to say anything about the matter to Arsaces, since he had, as stated above, given him a flat refusal. Still, he did inquire of Chiranges whether Arsaces had recently approached him at the suggestion of Artabanes, for I, he said, should never have had the courage to entrust any of my secrets to him, seeing he is such a man as he is. But if you should be willing yourself to tell me something to the point, we could, by deliberating in common, perhaps accomplish something really worthwhile. Chiranges then conferred with Artabanes about this and reported to Justinus each and everything which Arsaces had previously told him. Then, since Justinus agreed both to carry out everything himself and to bring his father to agreement with them, it was decided that Chiranges should meet Germanus in conference, and a definite day was appointed for the interview. Germanus reported this to Marcellus and requested him to provide them one of his intimates, who could hear with his own ears the words of Chiranges, and he provided Leonidas, the son-in-law of Athanasius, a man who had strict regard for justice and thoroughly capable of speaking the truth. This man Germanus introduced into his house and placed in a room where a thick curtain had been hung to conceal the couch on which he was accustomed to dine, and he hid Leonidas inside this curtain, while he himself with his son Justinus remained outside. When Chiranges came there, Leonidas clearly heard him say everything which he, Artabanes, and Arsaces had planned. Among these things, too, was mentioned that if they killed the emperor while Belisarius was still on the way to Byzantium, their purpose would not be advanced at all. For though they might wish to establish Germanus on the throne, it was probable that Belisarius would gather a vast army from the towns of Thrace, and they would be unable by any device to repulse the man when he came against them in this way. It would consequently be necessary to postpone the execution of the plan until Belisarius should be present. But as soon as the man should reach Byzantium, and should be closeted with the emperor in the palace, then, at some time late in the evening, they should go there unexpectedly, armed with daggers, and kill Marcellus and Belisarius as well as the emperor, for such a course of action would enable them thereafter to make such dispositions as they wished without fear. Even when Marcellus learned this from Leonidas, he could not as yet make up his mind to report the matter to the emperor, being, as he was, still very reluctant to act, lest by excessive haste he should doom Artabanes on imperfect evidence. Germanus, however, revealed everything to Boeses and Constantianus, fearing, as actually happened, that some suspicion would attach to him as a result of the delay. Many days later, when word came that Belisarius was now close at hand, Marcellus reported the whole matter to the emperor, who immediately commanded Artabanes and his associates to be taken off to prison, entrusting to some of his officers the duty of torturing them. And when the whole conspiracy had now come to light and was clearly set down in writing, the emperor called a session of all the members of the Senate in the palace, where they are accustomed to make their decisions regarding matters in dispute. When they had read over everything which had been stated by the men under examination, they nevertheless sought to involve Germanus and his sons Justinus in the accusation, until Germanus, by presenting the testimony of Marcellus and Leonidas, succeeded in clearing himself of the suspicion. For these men, as well as Constantianus and Boises, declared under oath that Germanus had concealed from them nothing whatever as far as concerned these matters, but that everything had happened as I have just related. The senators consequently straightway acquitted both him and his son unanimously, as having committed no offence against the state. But when all had gone within to the emperor's apartment, the emperor himself, who had become violently angry, began to complain and to speak with the great bitterness against Germanus, blaming him for the tardiness of his disclosure, and two of the officials, courting his favour, agreed with his opinion and seemed to share his displeasure. In this way they greatly increased the emperor's anger, eager as they were to be complacent to him in matters involving other men's misfortunes. But the others, cowed by fear, remained silent, yielding to him by not opposing his wish. Marcellus alone, however, by speaking with plain directness, succeeded in saving the man. For taking the blame upon himself, and speaking with all the emphasis in his power, he said that Germanus, for his part, had told him most seasonably what was going on, but that he himself, making a very careful and detailed investigation, had reported the matter more deliberately, and in this way he allayed the emperor's anger. So Marcellus won for himself great renown from this incident among all men, as one who in a moment of the gravest peril showed his sterling quality, and the Emperor Justinian removed Artabanes from the office he held, but he did him no harm, nor in fact any one of the others, beyond keeping them all under guard without dishonour, in the palace, however, not in the public prison. At about this point in the war, the barbarians became unquestionably masters of the whole West. Thus, though the Romans had been at first decisively victorious in the Gothic War, as I have previously said, the final result for them was that not only had they consumed money and lives in prodigal fashion, to no advantage, but they had also lost Italy besides, and had to look on while practically all the Illyrians and Thracians were being ravaged and destroyed in a pitiable manner by the barbarians, seeing they had now become their neighbours. And it came about as follows. The Goths at the beginning of this war had given to the Germans all of Gaul, which was subject to them, believing that they could never be able to array themselves against both nations, as has been said by me in the previous narrative. This act the Romans were not only unable to prevent, but the Emperor Justinian even encouraged it, in order that no obstacle might confront him through having these particular barbarians roused to war, for the Franks never considered that their possession of Gaul was secure except when the Emperor had put the seal of his approval upon their title, and consequently the rulers of the Germans occupied Marseille, the colony of Phocea, and all the sea-coast towns, and gained control of that part of the sea. So, as gentlemen of leisure, they view the horse races at Ariletum, and also make a golden coin from the produce of the mines in Gaul, not stamping the likeness of the Roman Emperor on the starter, as is customary, but their own likeness. And yet, while the Persian king is accustomed to make silver coinage as he likes, still, it is not considered right either for him or for any other sovereign in the whole barbarian world to imprint his own likeness on a gold starter, and that too though he has gold in his own kingdom, for they are unable to tender such a coin to those with whom they transact business, even though the parties concerned in the transaction happen to be barbarians. Thus, then, had matters proceeded as regards the Franks. When the arms of the Goths and Totila had gained the upper hand in the war, the Franks assumed control of the largest part of Venetia, with no right at all, the Romans for their part being unable to ward them off any longer, and the Goths being unable to carry on the war against the two peoples. Meanwhile, the Gepides took the city of Sirmium and practically all of the cities of Dacia. Having taken possession of them at the moment the Emperor Justinian took them away from the Goths, and they not only enslaved the Romans of that region, but they were also constantly moving forward, plundering and doing violence to the Roman territory. Consequently, the Emperor was no longer giving them any contributions, which it had long been customary for them to receive from the Romans. Now, the Emperor Justinian had bestowed upon the Lombards the city of Noricum and the strongholds of Pannonia, as well as many other towns, and a great amount of money. It was because of this that the Lombards departed from their ancestral homes and settled on the south side of the Ista River, not far from the Gepides. They then, in their turn, plundered the population of Dalmatia and Illyricum, as far as the boundaries of Epidamnus, taking captives, and since some of the captives escaped and succeeded in getting back to their homes, these barbarians, on the grounds that they were at peace with the Romans, went about through the Roman domain, and whenever they recognised any of the escaped captives there, they laid hold of them as if they were their own slaves who had run away, and dragging them from their parents, carried them off with them to their own homes, no one opposing them. Other towns of Dacia also, about the city of Singidunum, had been taken over by the Auruli as a gift from the Emperor, and here they are settled at the present time, overrunning and plundering Illyricum and the Thracian towns very generally. Some of them have even become Roman soldiers serving among the Federati, as they are called. So whenever envoys of the Auruli are sent to Byzantium representing the very men who are plundering Roman subjects, they collect all their contributions from the Emperor without the least difficulty, and carry them off home. Thus had the barbarians apportioned the Roman Empire among themselves, but later on the Gepides and the Lombards, having come to be neighbours, became exceedingly hostile towards one another, and they were extremely enthusiastic in their desire to fight each other, so that each nation was eager to do battle with the enemy, and a fixed time had been determined upon for the encounter. But the Lombards, thinking that they alone by their own strength would never be a match for the Gepides in battle, for they were in fact outnumbered by the enemy, decided to invite the Romans into an alliance. Accordingly, they sent envoys to the Emperor Justinian, begging him to send them an army, and when the Gepides learned this, they too sent envoys to Byzantium to present the same request. Now the Gepides were ruled at that time by Phorusin, and the others by Alduin. So the Emperor Justinian decided indeed to hear the statements of each of them, but he did not wish them to come at the same time, but to appear before him separately. First the Lombards came into the Emperor's presence and spoke as follows. "We, for our part, have been astounded at the outrageous conduct of the Gepides, seeing that, although they have already perpetrated crimes both many and great against your realm, as we all know, they have now come before you to offer you, in fact, the greatest possible insult. For they and they alone can be said to put the utmost insult upon their neighbours, who imagine that these are so very easily deceived that they come to them with the intention of profiting by the simplicity of those very men whom they have already wronged. Now we ask you to give careful consideration to one matter only, the question namely as to what attitude the Gepides assume towards their friends. For thus you could with the greatest certainty assure the welfare of the Roman Empire, since men are always able to infer safely from previous events what the future will bring forth. If now it were true that the nation of the Gepides had displayed their ingratitude only to some other people, it would have been necessary for us to occupy much time with a long speech, and to bring in testimony from outside, in striving to demonstrate the base character of the men. But as it is, we are enabled to choose an example near at hand, from your own experience. This is what we would have you consider. The Goths formerly held the land of Dacia as a tributary province, while all the Gepides dwelt originally on the other side of the Ister, being in such mortal terror of the Gothic power on the one hand, that they never succeeded in crossing the stream, or even attempting it, while they were, on the other hand, on terms of close alliance and friendship with the Romans, and every year they received from the former emperors many gifts in the name of friendship, and indeed they have received them from thee in no less generous measure. We should be glad to ask these gentlemen what good thing they have done for the Romans in return for these benefits, but they would not be able to mention one such thing, great or small. Now, as long as they had no means of doing you wrong, they remained quiet, not because of any conviction on their part, but because they were compelled by lack of opportunity to do so. For you, on your part, did not seek to lay any claim to the country beyond the Ister, while the fear inspired by the Goths always frightened them from the land on this side. But who indeed would call impotence gratitude? And what assurance of friendship could be based on inability to commit an offence? None, O Emperor, none. These things cannot be. For opportunity alone reveals the nature of a man, bringing out his character to the common gaze of all because of his freedom to act. For behold, at the very moment the Gepides saw that the Goths had been driven from all of Dacia, while you, on your part, were busily engaged in fighting your enemies, the cursed wretches have dared to trespass upon your land in every part. How could anyone adequately depict in words the outrageous nature of their actions? Did they not heap contempt upon the Roman Empire? Did they not break the bonds of both treaty and alliance? Did they not insult those whom they would never have treated thus? Did they not do violence to an empire whose slaves they would crave the privilege of being should you find any leisure to deal with them? The Gepides, O Emperor, are holding Sirmium and enslaving Romans, and they make the boast that they are in possession of all Dacia. Yet what war have they ever won fighting in your behalf, or with you, or against you? Or what struggle do they consider has brought them this land as a prize? And in spite of all this, they have often been in your pay, and have been receiving their payments, as previously stated, for we know not how long a time. And yet, there has never been, in all time, an act more despicable than this present embassy of theirs. For as soon as they saw that we were eager to make war on them, they had the hardihood to come to Byzantium and appear before the Emperor, who has been so grievously insulted by them. In sooth, they will, perhaps, in their excess of shamelessness, invite you to form an alliance of arms against us, who have been so favoured by you. And verily, if they have come with the purpose of giving back what they have usurped without any right, the Lombards should be counted by the Romans most responsible for that benefit, if they are really constrained through fear of them, unwillingly to change their course, and manifest gratitude late in the day. For naturally, he who creates the constraint will be thanked by him who receives the benefit. But if indeed they have decided even now to retreat from none of their usurped holdings, what could surpass such baseness? This then shall be our plea, expressed with barbarian simplicity, with scant words, and in no way worthy of the situation. But we beg that thou, O Emperor, after carefully weighing what we have said less adequately than the facts deserve, take the course of action which will redound to the benefit of the Romans and of the Lombards, thy people, calling to mind, in addition to all other considerations, that while the Romans will justly take sides with us, seeing that we have been in agreement from the first as regards religion, they will stand in opposition to our opponents for the simple reason that they are Arians. Thus spoke the Lombards. On the following day, the envoys of the Gepides in turn came before the emperor and spoke as follows. It may fairly be expected, O Emperor, that those who approach a neighbouring state with a request to form an alliance of arms should first demonstrate that they have come with a just request and with proposals of advantage to those who are to form the alliance, and then speak on the matters of which they have come to treat. In the first place, then, that we have been wronged by the Lombards is evident from the facts themselves, for we are eager to settle our difficulties by arbitration, and those who are bent on arbitration can have nothing to do with violence. In the second place, why should one, in order to prove that the Gepides are far superior to the Lombards, both in multitude and in valour, address long speeches to those who know? Now, the policy of entering a conflict on the side of the weaker contestant, and thus getting into an evil plight, which has been foreseen, though the opportunity is offered of having the victory without danger by arraying oneself with the more powerful contestant, is not one, we think, which any man gifted with even a little discretion would choose. Consequently, you also will find, when you go forth against another enemy, that the Gepides hereafter will array themselves with you, thus paying a debt of gratitude for what you have done, and by their overwhelming power helping you in all probability to achieve the overmastery of your foes. Furthermore, it would be in point for you to consider this fact also, that whilst the Lombards have come to be friends of the Romans on the spur of the moment, the Gepides have been in alliance with you and well known to the Romans from ancient times, and friendship cemented by long continuance is not easily dissolved. Consequently, you will acquire not only powerful but also steadfast allies. These, then, are the just grounds on the basis of which we invite you to form this alliance. Now observe what manner of men the Lombards are. At first they absolutely refused to settle our differences by arbitration, although we invited them repeatedly to do so, overcome as they were by unreasoning boldness. But now that the war has come almost to an actual engagement, they, making a tardy retreat from their position because they realise fully their own weakness, have come to you, asking the Romans to take up the unjust struggle in their behalf. Doubtless, these thieves bring up the case of Sirmium and a few other towns in Dacia and put this forward as a pretext on which you may enter this war. And yet thy empire comprises such an overabundance both of cities and of lands that thou art actually searching for men upon whom thou couldst confer some part of it for their habitation. Indeed, thou hast bestowed upon the Franks and the nation of the Eruli and these Lombards such generous gifts of both cities and lands, O Emperor, that no one could enumerate them all. But we, emboldened by thy friendship, have accomplished that which thou didst wish, and truly, when a man has formed the purpose of parting with some one of his possessions, he thinks far less highly of one who waits to receive his gift, than of one who anticipates his purpose and takes the gift of his own decision, provided such a one does not appear to have claimed the right to take this course in a spirit of insolence towards the possessor, but in a spirit of confidence in the strong friendship he feels towards him. And this is exactly the attitude of the Gepides towards the Romans. We ask you, then, to recall these things and probably to observe the terms of our alliance by throwing all your strength into the conflict on our side against the Lombards, otherwise to stand aside for both. For in reaching such a decision you would be accepting justice, greatly to the advantage of the Roman Empire. Such was the speech of the Gepides, whom the Emperor Justinian, after long deliberation, decided to send away with their mission unaccomplished. but he made a sworn alliance of arms with the Lombards, and then sent them more than 10,000 horsemen, commanded by Constantianus, Boises, and Aretius. Associated with them also was John, the nephew of Vitellion, who had received previous instructions from the emperor that, as soon as they should fight a decisive battle with the nation of the Gepides, he should hasten thence to Italy with his troops, for he too, as it happened, had returned from Italy. They also took with them as allies 1,500 Eruli, commanded by Philomath and others, for except for these, the whole nation of the Eruli, to the number of 3,000, were arrayed with the Gepides, since they had revolted from the Romans not long before, for a cause which I have set forth above. Now a detachment of the Romans who were marching to join the Lombards as allies unexpectedly chanced upon some of the Eruli, with Aeordus, the brother of their ruler, and a fierce battle ensued, in which the Romans were victorious, and they slew both Aeordus and many of the Eruli. Then the Gepides, upon learning that the Roman army was close at hand, straightway settled their disagreement with the Lombards, and so these barbarians made a treaty of peace with each other, contrary to the will of the Romans. When the Roman army learned this, they found themselves involved in a very perplexing situation, for neither were they able to continue their advance, nor could they retrace their steps, because the generals feared lest both Gepides and Eruli would overrun and plunder the land of Illyricum. At any rate, they remained there, and reported their situation to the emperor. Such was the course of these events, but I shall return to the point in my narrative from which I strayed. The journey of Belisarius to Byzantium was an inglorious one. For 5 years he had not disembarked anywhere on the soil of Italy, nor had he succeeded in making a single march there by land, but he had been obliged to conceal himself by flight during the whole time, always sailing without interruption from one fortified coast town to some other stronghold along the shore. As a result of this, the enemy, having now little to fear, had enslaved Rome and everything else, practically speaking. It was on this occasion also that he abandoned Perusia, the leading city of Tuscany, though it was very closely besieged. Indeed, it was captured by storm while he was still on his way. After reaching Byzantium, he took up a permanent residence there, having now amassed a great fortune and being greatly admired because of his earlier successes, just as the deity had foretold to him by an unmistakable sign before he made the expedition to Libya. Now the sign was as follows. Belisarius had an inherited property in the suburb of Byzantium which is called Panthekion, and is situated on the opposite mainland. On this property, shortly before the time when Belisarius was about to lead the Roman army against Gallima and Libya, it so happened that his vines bore a great abundance of grapes, and with the wine thus produced his servants had filled a great quantity of jars, which they placed in the wine cellar, burying the lower part of them in the earth, and smearing the upper part carefully with clay. But 8 months later, the wine in some jars, as it began to ferment, burst the clay with which each of them had been sealed. Then it ran over the tops of the jars and, flooding copiously, covered the ground around with such a flood that it actually formed a great pool on the floor there. When the servants saw this, they were filled with amazement, and they were able to fill many amphoras from it, after which they again stopped up those same jars with clay, and remained silent about the matter. But when they had seen this happen many times at about the same date, they did report the matter to their master, and he, for his part, gathered many of his friends there, and displayed the phenomenon, whereupon they foretold that many blessings would fall upon that house, basing their conclusion upon this sign. Such was the fortune of Belisarius. But Vigilius, the chief priest of Rome, together with the Italians who were in the city at that time, and there were many very notable men there, was giving the emperor no respite from his entreaty to stand forth with all his power as champion of Italy. But Justinian was influenced most of all by Gothicius, a man of patrician rank who had long before this time risen to the dignity of the consular office, for he too had recently come to Byzantium for this very purpose. Now, although the emperor did promise to concern himself personally with Italy, still he was devoting his time for the most part to the doctrines of the Christians, seeking eagerly and with great determination to make a satisfactory settlement of the questions disputed among them. Such was the situation in Byzantium. Meanwhile, one of the Lombards had fled to the Gepides for the following reason. When Vazes was ruler of the Lombards, he had a nephew named Ristolphus, who, according to the law, should be called to the royal power whenever Vazes should die. So Vazes, seeking to make provision that the kingdom should be conferred upon his own son, brought an unjustified accusation against Ristolphus and penalised the man with banishment. He then departed from his home with a few friends and fled immediately to the Varni, leaving behind him 2 children. But Vazes bribed these barbarians to kill Ristolphus. As for the children of Ristolphus, one of them died of disease, while the other, Idiges by name, fled to the Sclaveni. Now, not long after this, Vazes fell sick and passed from the world, and the rule of the Lombards fell to Valderus, the son of Vazes. But whence he was very young, Alduin was appointed regent over him and administered the government, and since he possessed great power as a result of this, he himself seized the rule after no long time, the child having immediately passed from the world by a natural death. Now, when the war arose between the Gepides and the Lombards, as already was told, Idiges went straight to the Gepides, taking with him not only those of the Lombards who had followed him, but also many of the Sclaveni, and the Gepides were in hopes of restoring him to his throne. But on account of the treaty which had now been made with the Lombards, Alduin straightway requested the Gepides as friends to surrender Idiges. They, however, refused absolutely to give up the man, but they did order him to depart from their country and save himself wherever he wished. He then, without delay, took with him his followers and some volunteers of the Gepides and came back to the Sclaveni, and departing from there, he went to join Totila and the Goths, having with him an army of not less than 6,000 men. Upon his arrival in Venetia, he encountered some Romans commanded by Lazarus, and engaging with them he routed the force and killed many. He did not, however, unite with the Goths, but recrossed the river Ister, and withdrew once more to the Sclaveni. While these events were taking place in the manner described, one of the guardsmen of Belisarius, Indulf by name, and of barbarian birth, a passionate and energetic fellow, who had been left in Italy, went over to Totila and the Goths for no good reason, and Totila straightway sent him with a large army and a fleet to Dalmatia. So he came to the place called Mauricum, which is a coast town situated very near Salones, and at first being a Roman and a member of Belisarius' suite, he mingled with the people of the town. Then, however, he raised his own sword, urged his followers to do the same, and suddenly killed all the townsmen. Then, taking all the valuables as plunder, he departed from there and descended upon another fortress situated on the coast, which the Romans call Lareti. Here he entered the town and slew those who fell in his way. When Claudian, who was commander of the Salones at that time, learned this, he sent an army against him on Dromones, as they are called. And when this force reached Lareti, they engaged with the enemy, but they were overwhelmingly defeated in the battle and took to flight, wherever each man could, abandoning their ships in the harbour, and it so happened that the other boats were there laden with grain and other provisions. All these Indulf and the Goths captured, and after killing all whom they met and making plunder of the valuables, they returned to Totilia. And the winter drew to a close, and the 14th year ended in this war, the history of which Procopius has written.